Welcome to the open session to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
And Vice Mayor Zepeda is absent for roll call. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is liability claims. Claimant Noni Thomas, claimant Denise Alexander Smith, and claimant Jamise Terrell. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives include Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have 5 speakers that would like to address the council. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, John Varga, George Kabavanov, Yvette William Barr, Kevin Tisdale. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. Cordell Hindler for the record. When I was looking at the items, I said the unions deserve a pay raise because it has been 3 years since they have not had one. So when you go into closed session, think about all the hard work that these groups have done to make Richmond a better place to work and play. So I'll just leave it at that.
John Varga.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is John Varga, and as always, it is my distinct pleasure to speak to you on behalf of the hardworking City of Richmond employees in IFPTE Local 21. We are both the mid-managers and the executive managers bargaining units. Our mid-managers and executive managers contracts with the city are set to expire at the end of this month, in a few weeks, couple weeks, give or take. Over 45 days ago, our bargaining teams presented packaged proposals to the city's negotiators. They included fair cost of living adjustments, important retention tools, and other items that are of vital importance to our membership and City of Richmond workers. To date, the city's negotiating team has not provided a response. No counteroffers, no proposals, barely any discussion over the proposals that we have already made. We know that recruitment of qualified workers and retention of dedicated employees with the skills and institutional knowledge to help transition this city into the future are important to the City Council. So there's no reason for us to reach expiration prior to an agreement on our next contract. We are asking you this afternoon to please tell the city's negotiators to bargain with its unions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George.
Good afternoon, honorable council members, Mayor Martinez. My name is George Kabayvanov, and I'm proud to be working for the City of Richmond as the building official. And first of all, thank you for the great effort you do to make this city a better place to live and work. And I'm here to tell you about the situations we're in. We're at a tipping point, and we need your wise decisions and consideration as it relates to the employment situation. It is a beautiful city, well situated with lots of potential, rich in culture, just great place. But like any beautiful garden, it needs cultivating. It needs somebody to take care of it, to clean it, to foster it, foster the good stuff to grow and to clean the bad stuff. And that's what the city workers do. The city staff is trying to help people to improve their homes. That's what we do at the building department. And we're at a situation where we're losing people, and pretty soon it'll be too difficult to replace them because there'll be nobody to teach them. Last year we lost 4 of the most experienced people, and we still have some left that can continue to pass on the torch and help us, but we're running out of time. Pretty soon we'll get to the point that the city's at much more difficult situation and disappear. Thank you.
Yvette Barr, William Barr.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Yvette Williams Barr. I am the president of IFPTE Mid-Managers Local 21. I'm here to update you on the contract negotiations with the city. Timeline and goal. Negotiations began on February the 18th, 2025, and the city stated a desire to finalize a new agreement by June 30th. We held 4 meetings since that time. Union proposal at our session on April 25th and by email on May 1st, 2025, we submitted our comprehensive proposal and reiterated it on June 4th, 2025. As of June 17th, 2025, we have received no formal response from the city. Impact on the staff. It's been over 5 weeks with no reply. Meanwhile, at last week's council meeting, HR presented a mandatory report that highlighted high vacancy rates, forcing remaining staff to work double or triple duty, yet contract negotiations remain stalled. Is this how we prioritize Richmond's workforce? I respectfully request and ask the council to meet in closed session to offer clear direction to the city's negotiators so we can proceed in good faith and meet the June 30th deadline. Thank you for your time, and I urge swift action to honor and respect our employees' efforts. Members of the City Council, thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Kevin Tisdale.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Kevin Tisdale, proud President, SEIU Local 1021 for the Richmond chapter. Here today to again echo the sentiments by some other unions. We've met with the city 4 times, passed proposals, large and small, heard nothing back officially. So again, we need you to provide the authority to the people at the table so that we can move forward. It is important because, we are at, a point where the employment market is very saturated. Other cities, other jobs, they're offering higher benefits, higher wages. Our employees love the city. They're dedicated to the city, no doubt. But at some point, we need to show love to them that are showing love to the city. The different projects and things that are important, but let's put people over the projects. Let's put, services above all, because without this, the purpose of the city is to provide services to the community, to the parks, to the streets, and so on. So let's put a focus on that. Again, tell your administrators to give the proper authority at the table so that we can move forward and provide decent living wage for those workers behind me, those still working, and those all around the city of Richmond. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and currently we have 1 speaker.
And that speaker has the screen name Porrick. Please state your first and last name for the record. Unmute yourself and you may begin.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association, calling in tonight to speak in tandem with other labor representatives from the city. Essentially, here's the issue. You have clearly not given authority to the people who need the authority to actually bargain in good faith. I don't know why that was chosen as the thing to do, but it doesn't matter. You're wasting people's time. You're playing with labor issues that, quite frankly, I don't think you guys fully grasp. But if you don't if you don't actually let people bargain in good faith and give them authority, then all you're doing is wasting people's time and, making people mad. That's basically what you're doing, or what has been done. And clearly, by all the other labor groups coming in before you, you can see how they feel about that, and rightfully so. We all feel the same way. So you need to grant authority to people who are the experts who are going to actually conduct negotiations and stop wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. With that, we will close open session and retire to closed session. Thank you. It is now time to start the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Okay, this is the joint meeting, special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and Richmond City Council. Commissioner and Councilmember Bana.
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Commissioner and Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Here.
Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next, we'll have a report from the Executive Director.
KCRT, can you please pull up the PowerPoint presentation for agenda item J? Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Antoinette Terrell. I'm the Executive Director of Richmond Housing Authority, and I'll be providing you with an update on our current projects and process. Next slide, please. So the first update will be for the Nevin Phase 1 completion. So the Richmond Housing Authority, in partnership with EAH Housing, would like to proudly announce the successful completion of Phase 1 at Nevin Plaza. This phase marks the full transfer and transformation of 140 housing units, representing a major step forward in our shared commitment to high-quality, affordable housing for Richmond residents. With construction complete, residents now enjoy safer, healthier, and more comfortable homes designed to support long-term stability and well-being. Next slide, please. As you can see in this picture, this is the front of the building that is almost complete. Currently, if you go by Nevin Point Plaza now, they have the artwork and the decor now installed. Next slide, please. So here are pictures of the front of the building with the artwork. You see the benches. There is the community kitchen, which is beautiful. The front entry corridor that has accent lighting at the top. And then there is a residential bathroom. Next slide, please. So the next project that we have in process is Nevin Plaza Phase 2. So RHA partnered with EAH Housing under a lease disposition and development agreement to develop approximately 76 new affordable housing units, which will be Nevin Plaza Phase 2. This construction will be located right directly behind Nevin Plaza Phase 1, and this will enhance affordable housing opportunities for our community. So in order to keep residents and stakeholders informed, EAH is planning a public meeting to share updates and invite community feedback on the project. We will provide more details about the meeting date and location as they become available. Next slide, please. Our next project is Nystrom Village. So RHA completed unit inspections at Nystrom Village on May 23rd, 2025. Staff are currently addressing all deficiencies identified during the inspections to ensure that we are fully prepared for our upcoming HUD unit inspections, which are scheduled for July 15th and 16th. This effort reflects our continued commitment to maintain high-quality housing and ensuring that we're in full compliance with federal standards. Next slide, please. Our next project is Richmond Village. So RHA is currently working with McCormick, Bear, and Salazar to advance the repositioning of Richmond Village. Currently, the team is focused on completing the required environmental review, physical needs assessment, and finance planning documentation to facilitate a transition to the project-based Section 8 funding platform. Next slide, please. Hacienda Heights update. The property is fully occupied and is operating successfully. This is one of our milestones that enhances housing stability for residents and strengthens the surrounding community. Next slide, please. So Contra Costa Housing Authority has an upcoming waitlist opening. They will be accepting pre-applications for its project-based voucher waiting list beginning Monday, June 30th, 2025 through Thursday, July 24th, 2025 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. All pre-applications must be submitted online at www.contracostahousing.org. And for those needing paper applications, reasonable accommodations, or technical assistance, they can contact Contra Costa Housing Authority at 925-957-7085 or via email at ie@contracostahousing.org. Please note that this opening is for project-based vouchers only. It does not apply to the Housing Choice Section 8 wait list. Next slide, please. And that concludes my Executive Director's report.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is agenda review.
And for agenda review, I would like to place public comment before the Housing Authority consent calendar.
We need a vote. Okay, so we need a vote, a motion and a vote.
Oh, yes.
To add it.
Thank you. So I need a motion. Well, I'll make the motion. Do I have a second to, a second from Commissioner Scott? And the motion is to put public comment in before the consent calendar.
Okay.
Those in
Commissioner-
favor? Oh, roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Zepeda,
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Attending Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Got a lot of paper over here. Okay, our next item is open forum. And this is for the joint meeting of the Housing Authority and the Richmond City Council. We have one speaker, Ruben Galvan. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Press the button, press the button. There you go.
Is that better? Good evening, council members and housing authority representatives. My name is Ruben Galvan. I'm a NorCal Carpenters Union representative with Local 152 that covers Richmond. I'm here tonight to respectfully request that you pull item L1 from the consent calendar for further discussion. I ask you tonight for clarification. Will this project include strong labor standards? Strong labor standards, specifically fair wages, quality health benefits, and continued investment in apprenticeship programs that provide sustainable career pathways for local workers. This item proposes selecting Eden Housing and the Community Housing Development Corporation as the preferred developers for the redevelopment of Nistrom Village. While we strongly support the revitalization of public housing and the importance of moving this project forward, there are serious concerns that need to be addressed transparently, starting with community engagement and strong labor standards. We made repeated attempts to reach out to Eden Housing and ask basic questions about their plans and commitments for the redevelopment. Unfortunately, we received no response. The lack of communication is concerning, especially for a project of this size and importance to the community. We want to make sure a responsible contractor builds this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If there are no other speakers,
We
do have,
two speakers with their hands raised online.
and those speakers are Michelle Chan and Dab Janae. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Michelle Chan. Michelle, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Thank you. Hello, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Michelle Chan, and I'm a resident of North and East and a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. Council members, I want to start by thanking you for allocating $1 million in March to protect our immigrant community with legal resources. You recognized the growing risks, you saw the need, and you found a way to live our longstanding commitment to
I'm
being a
sorry.
city.
This is the Housing Authority. It's not the regular council meeting. So I believe the item you're speaking to is for the regular council meeting.
Oh, apologies. I'll
No
get back
worries.
in line. And the next speaker is Davjane. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. This is for the open forum for the Housing Authority.
Is this specifically only for the Housing Authority?
Yes.
Okay, no, my comment is for something else.
Okay, thank you. And that was our last speaker.
In that case, the open forum is closed. Next item.
Okay, the next item is approval of the consent calendar.
Yeah, can we pull L1 still? I'm not sure how the order is now. There's a question about the PLAs. PLAs are very important. Can somebody answer it? We don't.
Yeah, that is not an appropriate conversation
Right.
for this item at this juncture. We certainly understand the city council's ongoing policy direction, but this has to follow federal procurement. So city staff will work with HUD and try to accommodate the city council's ongoing policy direction pertaining to organized labor.
So does that mean that then talking to HUD and then HUD will say yes or no on, just trying to figure out the
I don't think
process.
that is not, we've had some challenges with procurement with HUD. And so respectfully, I would request that, that the council defer to staff to try to work out how to address these matters like we have historically and the developments that we've completed.
Okay, can that come back to us at another time?
We can provide an email
Or a memo?
update.
Perfect.
But we want to comply with HUD's direction
Thank you.
to mitigate any ongoing challenges.
Thank you. So a first and second for approval of the consent calendar.
Sorry, just to clarify, I think Caesar's question was whether we can pull this L1 off the consent calendar to have a discussion of it today. And I didn't actually hear the answer to that question. Or is it too late to do that at this point?
The speaker requested that the item be removed from the consent calendar. That procedure you have to follow is you have to ask for permission to remove an item by 2 o'clock,
Okay.
and he did not.
What if I try to do it now? Do I have permission to remove it from the consent calendar now?
Then you should have done that at agenda review.
Okay. I didn't know about this issue. No one told me about this until public comment came after agenda review. So you're saying, no, I don't have the authority right now to take this
Not
off.
according to your current rules of procedures.
I respect the rules. Thank you.
Can we take a vote?
Then I'm going to vote no.
Can we make a motion and take a vote to remove it?
Okay. So I'll move the item. Do I have a second? Okay. Motion by the mayor and a second by Councilmember Brown.
Brown. Okay, Councilmember Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Wilson,
No.
Councilmember Commissioner Robinson,
Abstain.
let's see, Vice Chair and Chair Zepeda,
I will also abstain.
Mayor and Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Commissioner Wilson voting no, Councilmember Commissioner Robinson and Zepeda abstaining. Our next item, item M1, under Joint Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond Council Richmond City Council budget session. Item M1 is to adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 25-26 Richmond Housing Authority budget with a total estimated revenue of $4,480,249.92 and a total estimated expenditure $4,480,249.92, and approving RHA subsidy from the City of Richmond General Fund in the amount of $1,039,755, which will provide sufficient revenue to match anticipated expenditures and balance the RHA budget to $4,480,249.92 in estimated revenues and $4,480,249.92 in expenditures.
KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint for agenda item M1, please? For the administrative record, good evening once again, Commissioners. My name is Antoinette Terrell, Executive Director of Richmond Housing Authority. I am here with Rita Martinez, Finance Manager 2, and we will be discussing our proposed 2025-2026 fiscal year budget. Next slide, please. The City Clerk has read the recommended action. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you can see the overview of the Richmond Housing Authority budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. RHA is fully staffed with 5 employees covering administrative and property management roles. Our total revenue, excluding a general fund subsidy, is $3.44 million. Our total expenditures is $4.48 million. Our requested general fund subsidy is $1.04 million. This budget supports maintaining essential housing programs, addressing operational needs, and advancing redevelopment initiatives. Next slide, please. Our total revenue, once again, is $4.48 million, with the following key sources as revenue. Our HUD operating subsidy is $960,000. Our HUD capital fund grant is $1.48 million. Our tenant rent income from Nystrom Village is $365,000. Our Hacienda asset repositioning is $30,000. Other revenue fees that are from authority oversight fees and repayment agreements comes to a total of $8,000. And our operating transfer in is $1.64 million. And then we are proposing and asking for a general fund subsidy request of $1.04 million to come up with a total $4.48 million. Next slide, please. Our expenditures are for personnel costs, which is $1.15 million. That's for salaries, benefits, and workers' compensation. Professional and administrative services is $750,000, and that's for unit renovations, audits, consulting, legal services, and training. Operating expenses is $368,000 for tenant relocation, building maintenance, and office supplies. Contractual services, $793,000, and that's for temporary staffing, contractors such as HVAC, plumbing, landscaping, renovation supplies, appliances, and repairs and maintenance. Next slide, please. As our expenditures continue, for utilities, it's $241,000. That's for telephone, electricity, water, sewer, gas. Insurance is $54,000. Our capital outlay is $50,000. That's for unit rehabilitation and roof repairs. Cost allocation charges is $123,000. Our operating transfer out is $597,000. These investments are necessary to maintain safe, high-quality housing for Richmond Housing Authority residents. Next slide, please. And now Rita will discuss our asset repositioning update with the audits.
Good evening. To provide a financial audit update from last year's presentation, I have that our 2019 audit was completed in August of 2024. Our 2020 audit for the basic financial statements were completed and issued in April 2025. We're currently finalizing the 2020 single audit, and we've received drafts for the 2020 Housing Corporation and RHA Rad LLC audits this month in June. We are also simultaneously working on our 2021 audits, providing requested data to the auditors, and they have already been in communication following up with additional questions to proceed with finalizing the basic financial statements. We also have a proposed timeline with the auditors. At this time, we are proposing to have the 2022 through 2024 audits performed and completed during fiscal year 2026, and audits 2025 and through 2026 to be performed and completed during fiscal year 2027 and caught up with the city's audit at that time.
And if I may, I'd like to thank staff for all the work that they've been doing to get caught up on the audits. These are all, the RHA was in several years of arrearance in audits and financial non-compliance with HUD when we inherited these circumstances. And so I really appreciate all of the support that we've had from the city staff and finance, in particular Rita, for her dedication to solving these outstanding issues, and really thank her for her ongoing perseverance to try to catch up on this backlog that we inherited.
Next slide, please. So our recommended action, adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 Richmond Housing Authority budget with total estimate revenues of $4,480,249.92 and total estimate expenditures of $4,480,249.92, and approve an RHA subsidy from the City of Richmond General Fund in the amount of $1,039,755, which will provide sufficient revenue to match anticipated expenditures and balance the RHA budget to $4,480,249.92 in estimated revenues and expenditures. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Right. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under item M1 of the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and Richmond City Council, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers Cordell Hendler, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. So good evening again, Chair Martinez, commissioners. For the record, Cordell Hendler, Richmond resident. So I did look at the budget, and all I can say is that I'm impressed with how it's detailed. So it's up to you, Chair Martinez, and the commission to approve the budget as presented by staff. That's it.
That was our only speaker.
All right. Next item. Yes, yes, we're going to vote on adjournment. No, I'm joking.
I'll make a
So,
motion.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, discussion?
Yeah, so I have a question, and in this budget, does it include funds to rehab Eastern Village?
Yes, it does.
And can you just briefly describe the level of rehab? Is it what we discussed before? I just want to confirm.
Yes, it's what we discussed before. Complete unit rehabilitation, minor construction.
For the units that are currently occupied, all of them?
Occupied and for vacant units.
For vacant units that could be occupied?
Yes.
And the timeline for that?
I do not have a timeline at this time because we are focused on making sure that we take care of all the deficiencies in the occupied units to ensure that we actually get a passing score for our HUD Inspire inspection.
But this fiscal year?
This fiscal year, and the deficiencies need to be repaired will also go into the next fiscal year as well, because we will have to report back to HUD on the deficiencies and the repairs. So it will be
So just to be clear, the money that we're allocating in this fiscal year for the renovations of the Eastern Village units that are habitable will happen within this fiscal year or another
We will start the
fiscal year?
repairs, next fiscal year, so July 1st.
The 25, 26?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
And thank you. It's, the residents that live there really need it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? If not, then we need a motion.
Remove the iron.
Second?
Okay. May we roll call?
Councilmember Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember and Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Zepeda,
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners. With that item, this meeting is adjourned.
There we go.
And with the absence of Commissioner Scott, we will begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda.
So similar to the last time we considered the budget, there are items in the budget that include the TCC project and the e-bike lending library. I need to make sure that everyone is clear that I'm the Executive Director of Urban Tilth, which is one of the participants in the TCC project, so I won't be included in any of the conversations regarding that particular issue or element of the budget. I think that it's already discussed, but I just need to do this to make sure and be careful, including, and I also won't be included in any items that have to do with the e-bike lending library. Similar, every time it comes up in the budget, same process. I'm the executive director. My partner is the executive director of Rich City Rides that is leading the e-bike lending project. So I have a conflict in terms of those things. And I will be removing myself from the discussion in the room when they come up.
Okay, thank you. We also have requests to remove item V2A. That is the update on the Green-Blue New Deal. We have request to continue item V7C. V7C is a resolution approving on-call contracts with GHD, Kimley Hahn, Fair and Piers, W-Trans for Transportation Design Services. That is continued to June 24th. And also item Y3 has been continued to June 24th. And that's to develop and launch a 6-month pilot program, working title, Clean Richmond Community Maintenance Crew. We also have a request to add an emergency item.
Thank you. I have 3 requests with regards to the agenda. Number 1 is to add an emergency resolution calling for diplomacy, peace, and nuclear transparency in response to escalating hostilities between Israel and Iran. Due to the current political climate, I'm requesting it to be added and have it on top of the agenda to make sure it goes through. Number 2, I'm asking item Y6 to be moved to consent calendar because in the past, Councilmember McLaughlin brought this item and it was approved, the first portion of it. The city clerk didn't have a record of it at the time. The only portion that needs to be approved is the budget for 27, which is $5,000. I suggest move it to consent calendar to save time. And because some items have been removed from tonight's agenda, and we had an item about banning land grab. We have, and some council members were confused about what it was. We have 4 attorneys from Sustainable Economic Law Center who have kindly come here from Oakland tonight to answer council members' questions. Presentation time is over, and public comment time is over as far as I know, so I suggest we move it to the top of the agenda after the resolution, and if council members have any questions, they can answer it and then take a vote. Thank you.
I have a question.
Those are 4 items with 4 separate solutions, and I think we
3
should.
items.
3 items, okay.
1 is adding the resolution, 2, moving Y6 to consent calendar, 3, moving Y8, which is just taking the vote to the top of the agenda and having the attorneys from Sustainable Economic Law Center answer the questions, if any. Alternatively, we can also move Y8 into consent calendar.
Okay, let's deal with the first item, which was
The resolution.
the resolution. So in order for the resolution to take place, we have to show that it came to the attention of the city council subsequent to the agenda being posted, and that is easy enough to prove. And we also need to know that there's a need to take immediate action, and considering the situation, the action is necessary in terms of happening as soon as possible. And then we need to have a 2/3 vote in order for it to pass.
I also have a
Yes.
question. Is it possible to place it on consent?
Yes.
I move the item.
A second.
Okay, so
What was the second by?
we're putting it on the consent calendar?
I move the item to put it on the consent calendar.
Okay, so this is to approve the emergency item?
Yes,
And add it to the consent.
Right.
Councilmember
Okay.
Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Abstain. Abstain.
Okay, and Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And just let me read into the record the subject of the emergency item. It's a resolution calling for diplomacy, peace, and nuclear transparency in response to escalating hostilities between Israel and Iran.
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 Thank you.
And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Zepeda abstaining. So
Okay.
that item will be added to the consent calendar.
Next item?
Moving Y6 to consent calendar, City of Richmond is a member of East Bay Wildfire Coalition, and this year it's to pay $3,500. It has been approved in the past, and the following year, $5,000. I suggest we move it to consent calendar because the City Council has already approved the City of Richmond being a member of East Bay Wildfire Coalition.
Okay. So we can just move it to the consent calendar.
Do we need a motion?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then can we move item Y8, because we have 4 attorneys coming here from Oakland to answer questions and take a vote?
No.
Okay. Do you think there is time to have it today, or should I bring it with, like, presentation in August?
I think that would be wise,
Okay,
considering the amount of items that we have and the fact that we need to take care of budget items as soon as possible.
okay. Thank you very much for coming. I'll see you in August. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
So-
coming.
For clarification, item Y8 is continued to August 19th? That's the
Yes.
first meeting.
Right.
With presentation.
I think that will be a new item, right?
Yeah, new item.
I didn't hear you. It's continued.
It's continued. If you want it to be a new item, you have to withdraw this and come up with a different.
Okay, I'll withdraw it and I'll add it to include the presentation. Thank you.
You'll have to present it as a new item.
Yes.
Okay. So we're done with the agenda review? Unless someone else wants to come up with a new item to move?
I'm going to move some around?
Yes. Okay, checkmate, let's move. Yes.
I was wondering as well if it would be appropriate to move Y, let's see, sorry. Y4 to the consent calendar as well.
I say no. Yeah.
You said no.
Yeah. The council does have the authority to vote to put it on.
I move that we move it to consent calendar.
I second it.
Okay, and the reason I say no is just out of fairness. When Councilmember Bonner presented an item and wanted extra money, we rejected it because there was no data to explain how the money would be spent. And likewise, with this item, we have a request for $6,000, but there is no budget to show how the money is spent or why the money is needed. And just to be fiscally responsible, I'm saying no because we don't have that information.
Roll call. I have to listen to the mayor. Are we voting on this item?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was
But we're
motion.
voting on it's to move to consent calendar, not on the item.
Right.
Right.
Mayor, if I may, through you as a chair, if it's the council direction, we can certainly obtain that information if the council elects to move forward with it.
Okay, I think it would be fiscally responsible to obtain that information.
Yes, we can certainly do that if the council elects to move forward.
Okay, so that was a,
Me too.
I am asking for the information to be provided.
It's insane.
If, you know,
Mayor, if I may, when you just referenced the Councilmember Bonner's situation, there was an initial allocation of funds, and she was coming back for more after it was given.
right, but in this case, money was allocated and you're asking for more.
So I was just suggesting for, if the council would like, through the chair, through the mayor as the chair, if that staff could, if the council elected to move this item forward, that staff would, at the council's behest, obtain the information that is being requested in order to move the item forward.
Right, and now it's time to vote on whether or not to put it on, consent calendar over my decision to not.
there was a motion by Councilmember Bonner and a second by Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez voting no. Okay, so that's it for agenda review. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the public and council members. C1 and C2 were all discussed. No final action was taken, but the council did give direction to the labor negotiators.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide presentation? Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council and members of the public. Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. Next slide, please. Next slide. I would like to provide a heartfelt thank you to everyone who came out to the farmers market on June 6th and helped make KTVU's zip trip to Richmond such a special day. A special thank you to the mayor's office, economic development staff, city manager's office, and public works staff that prepared the area and assisted with coordination and outreach. It was a wonderful day. KTVU is highlighting Richmond, and you can view the segment on their YouTube channel as well as their website. Next slide. Currently, there is an RFQ out for the next poet laureate. The term is 2025 to 2027 fiscal years. This is a unique opportunity to uplift and celebrate the power of poetry in our community. The qualifications are open on June 6th and close on July 11th. If you have questions, feel free to call 510-620-5596 or rac@ci.richmond.ca.us. Next slide. Tomorrow morning, I know we're not going to have a long meeting, so please come and join us tomorrow for pancakes at Lucretia Edwards Park. We would like to thank City of Richmond Recreation staff, the RNCC, RFC Connects, our Neighbor to Neighbor grant and team members in community services, and California volunteers. Please join us for Hiking for Pancakes. It's a free event to celebrate health, wellness, and community. Come meet your neighbors over hiking activities and, of course, plenty of delicious food. Please RSVP by calling Alexis Grace at 510-619-5394 for more information. And would like to thank Stephanie and Alexis for all their work that they're doing with the Neighbor to Neighbor grant. It's definitely a lot of work and a heavy lift, and we appreciate the patience of the RNCC while we work through this new grant opportunity that's bringing great activities in our community. Next slide. We're excited that this Saturday we will be celebrating Juneteenth from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. At Nickel Park. And also on Friday, Silence the Violence Leadership Summit is taking place at CoBiz from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. I would like to remind everyone that the City of Richmond is celebrating and observing Juneteenth, and so city offices will be closed on Thursday in observation of Juneteenth. Please join us on Friday and Saturday for these wonderful activities in our community. Juneteenth Silence Our Violence Summit is the first of its kind to unlock the power of people, featuring powerful panels and revolutionary voices, live performances, youth storytelling, food, art, and space to honor those who have been lost to violence and injustice. Also, the Juneteenth Parade and Festival features live performances. There will be over 20 local artists, lots of food vendors, community-based organizations, and it will be a day full of culture, pride, music, and art. So please come out and join us. Next slide. And upcoming right around the corner is our annual 3rd of July celebration. Would like to thank the City of Richmond Recreation Department for all the work that they're doing to organize, and would also like to note that this will take place at the Marina Bay Park from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And in particular, would like to thank Michelle Milam for all of the work that she and the entire Juneteenth committee are doing to plan for Juneteenth. Really appreciate all of their hard work. Thank you.
I missed the starting point of the parade.
I apologize.
The fire station.
The Fire Training Center at 5306 Cutting Boulevard.
Thank you.
$10 a.m.
For the parade?
Yes.
Ready? Our next item is open forum. Tonight we have 13 speakers in person. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Open forum is an opportunity to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. As I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, Estefany Sanchez, Eric Sanchez, Ladia Salas, Vincent Amelio, Kaylee, Catalin, Antoine Claude, Mark Wasberg, Cruz Arroyo, Brian Harris, Don Gosney, Liz Wood, and our last in-person speaker will be Jamie Purcell. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Cordell?
Okay, so good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler. I have some items to share with you all. So if you recall a couple of weeks ago when you approved the engineer's report, I did my own little analysis. So according to what I just saw, some of the fees for the HOAs is either between $300 to $400 a month. But on average, some average fees for the HOAs is like $500 a month. And I'm like, why 500? Because it'll help, improve landscaping, like what you just approved a couple weeks ago. That's one. And then the second one is multi-generational workplace. Because if you remember a few weeks back, I had provided y'all some information regarding the PowerPoint that I have received from 2023 from the Mission Square Research Institute, 35 and under. And one of the questions that was asked is like, how do people feel about financial stability? I saw the majority of it, and it was like this much. And so why? Because they are worried that how are they going to pay their bills and other things, and so they need money. And so what I'm thinking is that, like, in my vision, that I would like to see some more millennials in the workplace because they can bring a whole lot of knowledge to Richmond. And I can guarantee you, we need millennials in Richmond because they can bring a lot of talent. So I'll save my comments for when we get down to the budget portion of it, and I'll leave it at that.
Estefany Sanchez? She'll be followed by Eric Sanchez. Please come forward.
Hello, everyone. My name is Estefany Sanchez. I am the daughter of the owner Super Churros. We're located in Richmond, California. So we're locally a food trailer. We've been in business for 20 years plus, and then we've been in that spot for 15 years and plus. So for today, I'm here because we applied for street vendor permit recently, and we were denied. So the process of the rule says 6 by 5. And a trailer is 6 by 10. Currently, right now, we're not in business. We're supposed to be open today, but we're closed. We've been closed for 4 days. So we've been in this street for 15 years. We've been in business for 20. We have no complaints. If you look at our police records, if you type our name, nothing. No complaints, no bad comments, nothing. We've been in business for strong. So I'm here today to ask, how can we resolve this situation? Currently, the trailer is on the street. Just because it's 5 feet longer, we're on the street. This is where my parents give us food. This is where we pay rent. This is where everything is provided as a family. This is a family-owned business. It makes me feel bad because this is my father's business. I'm his oldest daughter. I'm here to represent them. We always been for our community. We always served our community. We always been connected with San Pablo as well. We always there for street vendors. So I just ask for you guys to help us to change this and for us to stay open in that corner. As you can see, those are the photos of our community. They love us. We support them. We support everyone here, and we hope for a change for us, just because we're 5 feet bigger. So I hope you guys could help us to get some side of answers, but we do not deserve to be on the street. We deserve to be where we've always been for the last 15 years. Thank you.
Eric Sanchez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eric Sánchez. Soy el dueño de Super Churros y pues yo vengo a hablar con ustedes porque tenemos una banqueta de 9 pies en la parte de atrás de la traila y tenemos una banqueta de 16 pies enfrente de la traila. Es mucho espacio para que una silla de ruedas camine. La traila en sí no estorba a nadie. Tengo ahí en la cuenta que abrí, hay una cuenta de 101,000 personas apoyándonos.
Señor,
Tengo
un momento.
la
Señor, un momentito. Can somebody translate so that way everybody understands
His
him?
daughter is going to translate when he finishes.
And then can we get more time on the clock?
Yeah, they'll get two more minutes.
Perfect.
They get a total of 4 minutes.
Disculpen.
No, está bien. Si quiere ella que la traduzca cuando vaya para que...
Ella le va a traducir.
¿Me va a ayudar?
He still has a minute 25 for him. And then she'll receive 2 more minutes.
Ok, está bien, gracias. Pues eso es lo que yo vengo a pedirles. Yo iba a pagar un permiso, lo cual no pude pagarlo. Me dijeron que no, porque no lo ameritaba. Pues yo en sí necesito la traila porque es un parte de mi trabajo. Es una herramienta de trabajo que tenemos. Habla, Fanny.
I'm here to translate for my father. He is the owner of Super Churros, and he's asking for help. Where the destination of the trailer is the sidewalk. It's way huge. It's 3 times as bigger. We have the measurements from the width and the length. So we're asking for, again, help for change of that rule, that only one solo rule, just because the trailer is 5 feet longer, we're on the street. And we're no longer operating right now without the permit, the valid permit. So that's what he's asking, and that we never had any problems with the city of Richmond, nor the city of San Pablo. We have a great reputation. Everyone knows about us. I hope you guys too as well. And we're just asking as much help as we can from his part. And yes, so we just would like for a further assistance with this part, because this takes part of our lives. As civilians, this is our first time coming here as a family. I'm here, obviously, to help my father, help my family, because this is where we eat. You know, this is the generator of where we pay our bills, we pay our housing, we pay for our food, we pay for fun activities. And without this permit, we're not able to move anywhere. Without this permit, the business stopped, and when the business is stopped, there's no money. So with no money, what can we do? Is just ask for help as much as we can. We have the permits, we have our license. We're waiting for the inspector to give us a call. But we're doing as much as we can for our part. And yeah, I just want to ask for help from you guys to help us. We're in really desperate need, and we just want to continue forward and operating that same place. We also got permission from the guy who owns the yellow building. And yes, I just hope from you guys from the bottom of our hearts to help us to stay there and not be bothered. Because we only done best for this community, and we love to serve them for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Aladia? Should be followed by Vincent, Kaylee, then Antoine.
My mother speaks Spanish, but I'll translate.
4 minutes. First you have 2, and then you have 2.
Hola, yo soy Eladia Salas, soy una trabajadora de Super Churros y vengo aquí a decir que pues hemos estado por 15 años ahí y nadie nos ha molestado. Hasta hace días fue una persona y no es justo que estemos en la banqueta. Solo vengo a decir si nos pueden regresar a donde estábamos. Ahí no. Pienso que no molestamos.
I'm translating for my mother. She is an employee in Super Churros. She's the only one that works there. So it's a family-owned business. She's asking that we should be taken off the streets because this is not right. At a short notice, a worker from Four Leaf came aggressively, unprofessional, and told my parents to leave and pack their stuff up because they didn't have this permit, this new permit called street vending permit. And just because of this new rule, it affects our everyday lives. So she's asking if you guys could give us the opportunity to move forward, to continue our days, to continue this business operating, because we done everything right for everyone. She's asking, as an employee, as a worker there, she's been a worker ever since the business opened. From a cart, from different locations, from our stable location, from we've been for 15 years. We had no problem with no clients, no bad reviews. The police, the firefighters, as y'all can see, we've been friends with everyone. Everyone in the 23rd. From Richmond to San Pablo to El Cerrito, from people coming from San Jose, from Concord, from San Rafael even, LA. We ask for your guys' help because this is a family-owned business, and as much as we want to help, we need your help. Thank you.
Vincent?
Hi, I'm here to speak in support of the local business of Eric Sanchez and his family, Super Churros. They've recently been experiencing harassment by a city employee, or at least
Excuse
somebody
me,
who self-identified.
could you speak more loudly? The mask is diffusing your voice.
They've recently been experiencing harassment by somebody who self-identifies as a city employee. Last week, the person without credentials started harassing the family in the normal course of business or also they refused to provide identification. The reasoning was this issue with the sidewalk, and also eventually they said that the trailer needed to be 4 feet smaller. If you've seen this trailer, it is already too small for 2 people to work in. A 4 foot smaller trailer would be a huge investment for the business, and also I feel like it would be unsafe. It feels like a drummed up reason and a technicality from somebody who frankly could use training and respect for the community they work for. I also wanted to bring special reference because I know the City Council cares very much. I've seen the morality of the council myself many times being at these meetings. And so I know that everybody is aware of the heightened tensions currently right now in especially California, but the general in the country in total. Non-white people are being targeted, harassed, and wrongfully imprisoned by secret police. And this brings up choices that the employee made in that harassment they did of the owners. It smacks to me as blatant racism to come up to people and not provide any identification, to be aggressively targeting them, even if it was for a valid legal reason about the sidewalk or anything. It's still very, very disrespectful and unbecoming of somebody who works for the city, and I know that the city can do better. So I would really hope that you as the council and anybody else could ensure the training of your employees a little bit better, as well as help them get this permit that they need for this new role. Thank you.
Kaylee? Followed by Antoine.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Catalan, and I'm here to speak in support. I'm here to speak in support of my friend Stephanie and her family and their small business, a tow truck that has served our community for years. And until recently, their truck had a stable, familiar location, and that was both safe and accessible. Unfortunately, this new location is not only less visible, but also significantly more dangerous. It exposes customers and workers to traffic, increases the risk of accidents, and creates public safety concern. And this family has worked hard to build trust and serve our neighborhood here in Richmond with quality food and warm service. They're not asking for special treatment, just a fair chance to operate in a spot that is safe for them and their customers, like they've done for years. and without issue. Please consider the safety, history, and positive impact of this business when making your decision. Thank you for your time and attention.
Antoine? Antoine Clord? Time's expired.
Yeah, my name is Antoine Clark. I want to thank the city council for this time, but I want to give you some history. You need some. I read something, but you don't have the history. So I'm going to give you the history. I've been here all my life since I was 5 years old. We've been assessed in this community for over 30 years, and nothing never came down of it. Stanford, UC Berkeley, San Francisco State came down here and assessed our violence, our anger, and our issues in our community, right? We went to New York, Washington, D.C., nothing came out of anything they assessed this community for when the things was high from the 80s on. And now y'all have a grant coming up, right? And it would behoove you to get somebody from this town to get that information, to get that data. Because what they never got was real data. Because they don't look like us, and we ain't let them in the house. And we ain't gonna talk to them. Because we think they ain't got our best interest. I'm just telling you how it is. You know, and so we need to make sure with this grant, you get some real data, some real information, so when you do the implementation to go with your policy, you will get the data that you need to help this community.
Mr. Cloyd, are you speaking to an item that's on the agenda? Because
not all the way.
Because
not all the way, no. But I'm 15% there. Though. I'm 15% there. But okay.
Well,
I'll shift.
Let's share the other 50%.
Okay, I'll shift. But in saying that to you as a council, because many of y'all wasn't here, right? And now y'all trying to, we had a mass influx. See, in 1960 we had white flight. In 2000 we had black flight. All of the black community is gone. Now we have what y'all doing. So you just got to make sure that we have all these resources now, but is it really going to be beneficial to our community? You know what I mean? Because even through our government that's beyond y'all, they're trying to take the black footprint out of our whole country. And we cannot play into that. We got to build into that because we are a part of the whole United States of America. We played a big footprint in where we at now, especially Richmond, California, right? And you cannot let that happen. So we got to move forward. Can't catch gone, but let's move forward in a healthy way so everybody benefits from what we're doing in Richmond, California. Thank you for letting me be of service.
Mark Wassberg.
With all this rioting down in LA, they're just wasting their time. It's not going to stop ICE from arresting these criminals. When you come into my country illegally, you are a convicted felon and you will be deported and sent back to your country. It doesn't matter if you're from Mexico or Central America or whatever, you will be deported. And all these Democrat lawmakers out there are whining and crying. So it's a peaceful demonstration. Does it look like peaceful for you when you're burning police cars, attacking the police, looting and rioting? It's all lie after lie after lie. They're standing up for cold-blooded killers, MS-13, the drug cartel, child molesters. Every crime you could think of, that's where they're coming in. And you can thank Joe Biden for this, opening up the border wide open to let all these criminals coming in. Yeah, I know, Antoine, you don't like it, but that's just too bad. Once you go out there and riot, huh? Yeah, talk shit, huh, Antoine? But I'm just saying that it's not going to stop. They're going to deport you people, and you people don't believe in no laws. And that Governor now Newsom is an idiot. He think he had more power over the federal government. I said Trump made him look like an idiot. He is not going to stop the National Guard or the Marines from coming in here and taking care of business because he has every constitutional right to do it. See this idiot over here? He ain't got no brains anyway. But anyway, so all you writers out there might forget about it. You're just wasting your time because it's just a matter of time before ICE comes here to Richmond and you're not going to stop it. So don't be stupid to think you're going to pass some resolution or talk to the police chief and ask for help. You're gone. Deportation forever.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Cruz Arroyo, followed by Brian Harris. Cruz Arroyo.
Translator for me too. Okay, thank you. ¿Ya? Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cruz Arroyo. También soy negociante, tamales Tamazula, y también gracias por estar ahí representando a la ciudad de Richmond. Espero que todas las, ¿cómo se llama? Lo que ustedes hacen, lo hacen por el bien del pueblo. Gracias por estar ahí sentados y escucharnos. Es la primera vez que vengo y les agradezco pues a todos que nos escuchen y ya saben que venimos a trabajar. Y también ustedes saben que a veces se siente algo, ustedes saben, ustedes me entienden. No podemos pelear con otras cosas, pero nuestra voz es más fuerte y nuestro trabajo. Y vengo a apoyar a mis churros también, que pues que lo dejen trabajar pues como todos. No les pedimos otra cosa más que los dejen trabajar. Gracias.
Here to translate. So he is a good friend of my father, owner of Super Churros. He is an owner of a tamale stand. They're close by, but he's been knowing my father for more than 20 years. He's asking that just being a Spanish speaker and coming here, you have to work. More of your voice and action matters. He's saying that the dedication and amount of discipline and putting it down to his company, and, from his roots to now, it's something and it matters. He's also asking that his good friend, my dad, Eric, to give a helping hand, that he's known my father for many long time years. I know there's been a long time about street vendors working without permits. And, he's seen that. He's seen that part. And then he's coming here to support my father as well. Just becoming a street vendor is coming here for the first time, such as himself, asking for help, asking for a helping hand, to put attention to us, since we're always under the shadow. So for him and his part, being an owner of a tamale stand, he's asking for help and for assistance and for attention, a little bit of your attention. That's all. Thank you.
Brian Harris, followed by Don Gosney.
I do have to ask, I signed up for several. Am I speaking on
You get one
W1?
bite at the apple.
I'm sorry?
You get one bite at the apple. You're speaking on consent calendar items?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
Well, I filled out, on the one form I filled out, well, both of them are here, it's under city council. And then the other, I'm sorry? Just now, okay. Okay, sure, I'll talk about it.
I'm fairly new to this right here, but I am learning very fast. Okay, so this right here is under the consent calendar here, and I wanted just to talk about the V7F right here in regards to the autonomous transit network feasibility study right here. You should know that I sit on the advisory council for aging, and in that capacity, I'm also a member of the Senior Mobility Action Council, which is basically the transportation department. So on behalf of the Commission on Aging, which I serve as their transportation chair, I'm really involved with the county. This study, I really hope that you support this study because it is imperative that we have this feasibility study for Richmond. I understand here that it's going to give a lot of weight here when it comes to determining transit value for our seniors and for our people who are aging in place, as well as for the disabled population. As I see this right here, it's really important here that you guys approve of it. I mean, the budget's only $195,000 and change. But the individual here, the feasibility study here would be important here for us to see how we're going to lay out the guidelines for transportation services in and around Richmond, as well as be able to connect to our transit hubs like in Hercules, as well as El Cerrito del Norte. That's essentially here. I wasn't aware that it was going to be on the calendar tonight here, so I just figured I wanted to add my 2 cents because I am a constituent in making the decision process upon the successful review of that feasibility study. So that will help me in my position with the county and representing all of you here for the city of Richmond. Thank you. Again, I'm Brian Harris. I'm with the Commission on Aging.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. You know, this council recently showed an interest in our school district and even proposed, once again, that the council appoint a liaison to work with the district to help ensure that Richmond students are provided with the education they deserve. Getting the best education comes in many different forms. We need great teachers, we need forward-thinking administrators, we need top-of-the-line classrooms, and we also need state-of-the-art schools. 27 years ago, Charles Ramsey set in motion a goal to repair or replace all 53 of the district schools. The voters of West County have committed to tax themselves to the tune of $2.4 billion to that end, and we're still short about $3 billion. Here in Richmond, we've committed $611 million on top of the nearly $900 million already spent for the students from Richmond. In just a month, we can expect the front building of Kennedy High to be demolished, and the rework of Richmond High will begin this summer. Stige Elementary, the oldest school in the district at 83 years old, was built in the beginning of World War II to help house the shipyard kiddos, but it was only built to last the duration of the war. It's been 83 years. Stige is set to be demolished and replaced in the coming months. We have legislation in place that requires a community-based oversight committee to ensure that the $2.4 billion is properly spent. I've been working with a bond program since before it started in 1998. I've attended almost every meeting of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for the past 23 years. I've served on the CBOC longer than any other person, and I've chaired the CBOC longer than anyone else. Right now, we're looking for a couple of volunteers to serve on the CBOC, so I'm up here once again seeking applicants to provide the oversight of this vast amount of money that this community needs and deserves. If you're willing to step up, please reach out to me. You can call me at 510-685-2403, or you can email me at dongosney@comcast.net. That's 510-685-2403 and dongosney@comcast.net. Thank you very much.
Liz Wood is our next speaker, and our last speaker will be Jamin Purcell.
Hello, everyone. How are you tonight? I'm Elizabeth Woods from Nevin Plaza. First of all, I want to thank you, Mary, for the phone call on that Friday with Alina at the farmers market. You talked to me on the phone. I'm the one that you're talking to. I go around cleaning the community. I go around cleaning the city property. I bought my own weed eaters and blower. I take care of the property. If you noticed before, there's a lot of trash there where they hang out. I clean that. I was cleaning that every day. I'm doing the parking lot now. And I love it. I enjoy my work. And I gave some papers so you guys could read. I didn't have time to proofread it or anything. But the thing is, we need to make some changes in Richmond. I love where I live, you know, and I want my community to be nice and comfortable for me. We have to get rid of some of the people that hang out there that cause problems in my community. And the police, their hands are tied to do certain things. People should be trespassed if they come around where you live at and trash it. If they poop out there and urine, whatever they're doing, we have to do something about that. And I want to thank Gabino because I called him. I did a lot of raking, and I had a lot of leaves and trash, and I needed him to come over. And he came over and bought 2 trash cans we filled up, and I appreciate that. So, and I appreciate the workers that finally came out and did a little bit of, you know, what I did, came behind me and mowed it down a little bit. But I'm going to continue to do what I do. But please help me with what I want to do. It's called Love Where We Live, LWWL. I have a GoFundMe, haven't received any money, so I can get people to work with me because I be paying people out of my pocket sometimes when they help me. so we could go around the community and make our community better. It's called LWWL, Love Where We Live, and just to help me to do what I need to do. Because I enjoy doing what I want to do, okay? And if you guys can find some money in your funds to help me do that, okay, I appreciate it.
Jamin Purcell.
James Purcell, Richmond resident. So I'm here to speak about the city's responsibility to stand with its people, not just in words and action. And so I want to first thank all the residents and leaders who showed up for the No Kings events that were over this weekend, or as we were calling them, the No Kings But Drag Kings event, because those are the only ones we want to ever see in public, honestly. I just really want to express my gratitude because it was a beautiful display of how Richmond doesn't tolerate differences. We celebrate them. How we make sure that we are the most inclusive community possible. That in the face of hostility, especially towards our BIPOC community and the queer and trans community, that we remain a safe haven. At the same time, it's deeply concerning to see all the political intimidation that we're seeing not across the country, but as well here in California. The assault on public officials, especially women and leaders of color, is unacceptable. And Richmond continues to stand with courage and not cower to threats. We need to continue to reaffirm our values by protecting, not punishing those who speak the truth and fight for equity. That includes defending every member of our community from ICE because they are arresting everybody. And whether they are citizens, whether they are here undocumented, whether they are documented, whether they are going through it legally, they are attacking everyone because they are trying to bring an atmosphere of fear. So I know that we have our sanctuary city policies and we assure our public agencies and are safe, but this is the time when we are being tested. So we have to remember who we are. That said, I also want to advocate that I was at the library this weekend. I want to thank the library staff for a beautiful event that they had. I also want to thank the city staff, but I also want to bring up that we're going to have a big drop in our books, and I'm really concerned about that, and I hope that we are going to continue to have more library staff and facilities. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if I may, Deputy Chief Recon reminded me that everyone is encouraged to arrive at 3506 Cutting Boulevard for Juneteenth at 9:30 a.m. to line up for the parade. So just want to reiterate that detail at the Fire Training Center site, and then departure will be at 10 a.m. Thank you.
That was the last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to our online speakers. We have 9 online speakers.
And those 9 speakers are Michelle Chan, followed by Davjanae, Noel Cantu, Julie Freestone, Annie, Melvin Willis, BK Williams, Jovanka Beckles, Andrew Melendez, Carmen Martinez, and Edith Pastrano will be the last speaker. Michelle, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Michelle, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Okay, I think that I'm at the right part of the agenda. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council. My name is Michelle Chan. I'm a resident of North and East and a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. I wanted to thank you, council members, thank you for allocating $1 million in March to protect our immigrant community with legal resources. At that time, you really recognized the growing risks. You saw the need and you really found a way to live out our values and our longstanding commitment to being a city where everyone belongs and can be truly safe. But since March, the risks facing immigrants in this country have grown more and more severe. We have seen raids in Contra Costa County. Marines are still in Los Angeles. And after the No Kings demonstrations this past weekend, Trump has ordered ICE to step up deportations in Democratic-run cities. So I'm deeply concerned that as the threat environment has become more and more acute, the city has not yet moved that $1 million in funding for legal services. Now, I've heard that there have been a few unsuccessful requests for proposals for these services, but with respect, the city needs to try harder and move faster. This is a crisis, and I'm here to urge the City Council to act quickly and to get another RFP out there to identify providers that can serve our immigrant community. And you need to move quickly because this cannot wait until you get back from recess. It's time to act, and I urge you to please send out an updated RFP as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Davjane. Please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Dave Janae. I'm a concerned Richmond resident who is deeply devastated at all of these ICE raids and arrests that have been going on in this country. I would love an update on the process for the $1 million allocations for immigrant legal services here in Richmond. It was approved over 100 days ago, and I'd love to know how we can get this process going and the money into the community. With all that is going on, we really truly need more. We need these funds now more than ever. The most vulnerable members in our community need you to act swiftly so that we have the resources and services they need. Thank you for allocating the funds, but now we need to get the funds in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Cantu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third-generation Richmond resident. I'm also calling to urge this council for transparency for the $1 million and urgency for the $1 million allocated in March for immigrant legal services and a public awareness campaign after the increase of raids, deportations, but also targeting of sanctuary cities like ours. It seems like the council moved with urgency to allocate the $1 million, but city bureaucracy, RFPs, putting a lot of the fiscal sponsorship, like program management on the fiscal sponsorship has really hindered getting legal services to immigrants that are in high need right now. There's constant misinformation, and a public awareness campaign could really, really help with that. I'm really excited that there is a community preparedness event this Friday, and yet it's really not enough. Our communities should not wait to be deported to have to seek legal services. We should be proactive and helping with affirming services. And unfortunately, I think the red tape with the city is causing a lot more stalling of the process. And I know our council really wanted these funds to be utilized, wanted a transparent process. And then there's nothing to prove in the last 2 months around this. So really hoping that y'all can come together and help direct staff to move those funds and maybe have a legal, another opportunity for an RFP that better matches the needs of the community.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Julie Freestone. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Julie Freestone, Richmond resident for 35 years. So I'm here to thank the community and the city for stepping up to the challenge of dealing with illegal fireworks. I've come before you a number of times recently to implore the city council to do something. I wrote to each of you to ask what you would personally do to protect the community from illegal fireworks, which cause fires, trigger trauma, and frighten pets. And I've said this before, I was frustrated when only one of you, Sohela Bana, responded, but we kept bringing up the issue. And we formed a group called Stop Illegal Fireworks. We created a website where people could sign up to help and tell their stories about the impact of illegal fireworks, and that is sifrichmondca.org. I kept saying that this was an all hands on deck situation, that we needed to work together to let the community know that we will not stand for dangerous fireworks. And then Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Sue Wilson and the city convened a community meeting to hear our concerns and share their plans for stopping illegal fireworks. So today I'm here to thank the city, especially the police department, and especially crime prevention coordinator Michelle Milam and Public Works Deputy Director Tawfiq Halaby, who oversaw the production of signs to help the community know that fireworks are illegal. The signs are available at 450 Civic Center Plaza. You can also print them from our website, sfrichmond.org. So the city needs to move forward with its social media campaign, and we're not done. So everyone needs to put up a sign, and that means every city council member. Make the signs available to your constituents. And, if you're involved with a community organization, give them the sign. So thank you. And the work isn't done. So let's step up. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Annie. Annie, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please state your last name for the record as well.
Hi, my name is Annie Pinnell, and I'm a resident of Richmond. And I'm calling to ask if the city works to equitably distribute the $1 million that we have allocated for immigrant legal services. These were approved on March 4th, and we really need to use them. I'm glad that the city is doing a lot to support our immigrant community members, but we've been waiting for too long to use this investment. There's really an urgent need for these services right now in our community. And yeah, we just have to stop the red tape and be able to use these funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melvin Willis. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, Mayor, members of the Richmond City Council. This is Melvin Willis. I'm an organizer with Richmond Progressive Alliance and also ACE. I also did want to call and thank the City Council for unanimously supporting the $1 million in surplus funds to go towards immigrant legal services back in March. And yeah, also calling in because we've seen what's been happening over the past couple weeks, the uptick in ICE activities, and frankly, it's been personally heart-wrenching for me. Last Thursday, I actually showed up to the Concord Court after getting an urgent message from some colleagues I work with, and showed up to find out that what I heard at that time, but what was confirmed to me later, 4 families were taken, and it was devastating. Folks who showed up to be supportive managed to have a picket, and they canceled the rest of the hearings that day. And from what I understand, ICE didn't come up, but it's still something happening in our backyard, and that type of devastation is so hard to come back from, and the resources are needed right now, especially in the face of all this blatant discrimination and racist attacks on communities of colors who even look like they're immigrants, let alone the separation of families, which is just inhumane. And I can't believe this is where we're at, but that's why I'm grateful that this money has been set aside that you already voted on, and I hope that you address it before you go on your recess, because the urgency is happening now. And switching gears a little bit, speaking personally, I want to suggest that you amend the food cart sidewalk ordinance to include businesses that were already grandfathered in, essentially grandfather those who have been there before we passed the ordinance. And in case I can't come back later, I enthusiastically support Y2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is BK Williams. BK, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, and thank you so much. Hello, Mayor Eduardo and members of the Richmond City Council. My name is BK Williams, and I'm a member of the RPA and a volunteer in Richmond, having served on commissions, task forces, in school classrooms, and many other volunteer assignments. I am here to show gratitude, actually, for you having supported the immigrant community with the $1 million that you've set aside. And I know you guys are getting ready to go on a leave, vacation, you name it, but you're going to be gone for a minute. And in that time, so much could happen to our immigrant community. We want to protect them, provide support. And I think if you make it a point to actually put the RFQ out, the RFP, put it out there so that we can have folks respond to it to provide the service that we need in our community. The fact that you've already set it aside means that this ask is really simple. It's just a matter of putting the gears in motion. And I want to thank you for what you have done and what you will do. I think the raids on our communities in California make everybody afraid. And you have the opportunity tonight to help 2 communities. So I hope you hear from me again. I hope I'm still awake when the second one comes up. But please protect our community, set things in motion so that they are protected, and let the folks do the work that they are able to do, but needing to use the resources you've set aside. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Javanka Buckles. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Javanka Beckles. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm also a member of the RPA. I want to thank you for supporting the $1 million to protect our immigrant community. I'm here to ask the council to act now and send out a request for proposal to identify service providers that can serve our immigrant communities by providing the legal services that they are in dire need of. As you know, the Trump regime is attacking all of our rights and attacking immigrant community members increasingly in the last few weeks. These attacks have led to heart-wrenching separations of family, discrimination, civil unrest, in our communities. We've seen the raids on immigrant communities in California that has increased from all the way from Southern California to our very own Contra Costa County and beyond. These are our neighbors. That's why community organizations and faith leaders and other working families have been stepping up to show support. I'm an immigrant, but folks don't have to be an immigrant to empathize with the attacks we've all been watching. I'm asking the Richmond City Council member to send out a request for proposal so groups can apply to use the funds in support of the immigrant community for legal services and training and other needs that we have. The time is now with the increase of ICE activities in our communities. Now's the time to ask. So I'm asking you to please update the request before you leave for recess. But I also want to agree with the caller about the fireworks. It really is annoying. It's scary. And those with PTSD, and even those who don't have PTSD can be and often are traumatized by the booms that I know I personally have been hearing for several months now. So I'd like a sign. And then also, please do grandfather in the Super Churros card, a business that's been in our community for that long, 20 years, 15 years, whatever that may be, being, respectful of our community members should be grandfathered in. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Melendez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
All right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm also here just expressing my support and, hopefully getting this $1 million allocation. Sorry about that. Was I muted? Okay. I think I'm back. But yeah, I'm here speaking on hopefully allocating the $1 million to support our immigrants in Richmond. This item was approved back in March, I believe March 4th. And so it's been quite a long time since that day and today. And since then, we unfortunately haven't seen any funds spent to actually supporting our immigrant community. Right now, we're seeing across the country, and specifically here in California, that the need for immigrant support is at its all-time high right now. Of course, we've been talking about what's happening in Los Angeles, but some speakers have also been bringing up what happened in Concord as well, and how ICE, unfortunately, detained and arrested 4 individuals right at the Concord Immigration Court. And so we know right now that ICE is in the county, ICE, and we want to make sure that we have systems set in place so that way we can protect our immigrant community any way that we can. And so I think the $1 million will hopefully go towards supporting all of that. And, we're just really excited that the council and that, that you guys approve this, but we want to see action and we want to see this money be used equitably. And so I just urge the council to really just support this and hopefully do whatever they can in their power to make sure that these funds go towards actually supporting our immigrant community in the very near future, and as urgently as we possibly can. And so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carmen Martinez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carmen Martinez, D1 resident, and I'm speaking today to demand that the city of Richmond take immediate action to distribute the $1 million allocated for immigrant legal services that was approved 100 days ago, and not one single dollar has reached to the community. In that time, immigrant families here in Richmond have continued to live in fear and without resources they need. We need to be out and about, sending out educational materials, putting up billboards, and be able to point them to other resources. This is not just a delay, it's a disservice. As ICE raids ramp up across California, Richmond needs to be prepared. We cannot afford to be caught flat-footed if ICE comes to our city. Our immigrant brothers and sisters deserve protection and support, not stalled promises. The city must stop the red tape. These funds were meant to meet an urgent need, and the urgency has only grown and will continue to intensify. Richmond must move swiftly and ensure that this funding is distributed equitably and immediately to the community organizations that are ready to act now. We're calling on the city to honor this commitment, cut through the bureaucracy, and prioritize the safety and the dignity of our immigrant brothers and sisters today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Edith Pastrano. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible because my phone is about to die, but my name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a community organizer with ACE, and I also live in the community of Richmond. I'm a first generation immigrant, and I also have a lot of family members and loved ones and friends who are also immigrants. And currently what's going on is people are afraid. People are afraid because they don't know what's going to happen. We already know that this regime is looking to violently and fearlessly just rip families apart, as we're seeing is happening. And I also want to bring attention to the fact that a lot of what the media is showing. I actually went down to LA a few days ago, and I was able to learn about a auntie who lost her nephew literally because ICE picked him up. And they've been calling different numbers to figure out where he is. And they've been just moving him from one facility to another, and they can't tell her where he is. This is scary, y'all. This is very scary. This is happening. This has been happening. We need to quickly move any barriers that is keeping the city of Richmond from appropriating whatever funds and allocate them to make sure that folks are able to seek the legal services that they need, especially in this time. It would be heartbreaking if y'all go on break without addressing the issues that are currently happening here in the community. And yeah, just wanting you all to do what you can. You guys have already approved the funds. That's great. Now let's make sure that they get to the folks and the organizations working in the community closest to the folks.
Thank you. Your time has expired. That was our last speaker.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. Just let me do a quick review of what's happening with our consent calendar. Items that will be excluded from the vote, item V2A, that's the update on the Richmond Green Blue New Deal. That item will be up for discussion, so if anyone wants to speak on that item, please sign up. Item V7C, that's the resolution approving on-call contracts for transportation design services. Added to the consent calendar, and which will be included on the vote, item Y6, this is the East Bay wildfire item. Item Y4, allocation of $6,000 to support 2025 Juneteenth celebration. And also added is an emergency item, a resolution calling for diplomacy, peace, and nuclear transparency in response to escalating hostilities between Israel and Iran. Right?
Yeah. She did. She said Y6 and Y4.
So we need a vote.
All right.
Motion.
Do we have?
Included Y6?
Yes.
Okay.
Y6, Y4.
Yes,
Thank
they were
you.
both included.
So do we have a motion?
Yeah, I motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is under budget session, item W1. And that is to review proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget, 5-year forecast, 5-year capital improvement plan, budget for fiscal year 25-26 through 29-30, and provide direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. Do you have speakers? We do have speakers for this item.
And while staff is passing out materials, I'll just say for the administrative record, and you'll get another email update this evening, that staff did issue 2 RFPs for Immigration Services legal support. Unfortunately, the first RFP was unsuccessful. The second RFP only received 1 non-local respondent, and so there will be an item on the 7-1 agenda asking the council to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract for legal services while you are out on recess. But you'll receive an update on that via email. But staff have been working diligently. Unfortunately, not everyone is inclined to always want to partner with us for professional services. So we'll do our best, as always. So with that, moving right along, KCRT, can you please put up the presentation? So this evening, we are commencing our second to the last presentation. We want to remind the council that the item this evening before you, next slide, is to essentially approve a budget envelope. Throughout the year, you bring forward your current processes, allow you to bring forward various policy initiatives, programs, and so forth. And so throughout the fiscal year, we make adjustments to the budget based on the city council policy direction. So just want to make sure that you're aware that we're moving towards adopting the budget with an envelope. And as we receive more information from the federal, state, and county, we will come back to you and likely need to make adjustments. So for example, earlier this evening, you had an item on the agenda where we approved the RHA budget and that subsidies. However, concurrently right now, there is discussion for the way that HUD is funded for that to change significantly and move towards state block grants. So if things like that come to fruition, we are continuing forward our current process, but want the council to be aware that the current times require that we're nimble. And so we will come back to you with needed adjustments as we receive additional information. But just wanted to provide that context so you know that we can remain flexible and that our goal is, and necessity per the charter, is for you all to adopt the budget on the 27th. Next slide. Next slide. As we've spoken about numerous times, we're continuing to have unprecedented economic uncertainty, and it requires that we continue to analyze the revenue coming into the city and adjust our expenditures up or down based on that information, because we have an extremely uncertain economic outlook at this juncture. Next slide. This evening, we're going to go over a variety of items. One thing that's really important for the council to understand is because we're in a state audit, part of our state audit corrective action plan requires that we present to you forecasts. And so those forecasts are important to the state auditor. It's important for us to ensure that we're adopting a fiscally sound and balanced budget, but it's also for you to see what we see potentially on the horizon based on various assumptions. And so staff will go through that this evening. That is for informational purposes, and that is to, again, to comply with the state auditor. And with that, I will hand it over to Andrea Miller, our Director of Finance.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the historical staffing costs for all city funds and the net change in terms of dollars and percent over the past 5 years, or over a 5-year period, for a total of 50.8 million, or 35%, beginning in fiscal year 2021-22, and fiscal years 22-23, as well as 23-24. Those are based on actual salaries and benefits, and fiscal year, the current fiscal year revised budget for 2024-25, as well as the proposed fiscal year 25-26. That is based on the budget numbers. Down the center of the slide, you'll see the total salaries and benefits for all funds that are included in the budget. And to the right, you'll see the amount of dollar change as well as percent change year over year. The projected increase from fiscal year 25 to 26 is 2.8%. That is because our current proposed budget does not include cost of living increases, as we're still in labor negotiations. It only includes the next step increase for staff who are not at the top of the step for their range. Next slide, please. This slide shows healthcare and retirement costs that have increased over the past 5 years. And over the past 5 years, you'll see has been an increase of 19 million, or 38%, since fiscal year 2021-22. Worth noting that $19 million amount is included in the total staffing cost increase that was presented on the prior slide 6 of 50.8 million. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general fund revenue, and it also will shows a difference in what was presented to you at the June 3rd City Council meeting versus what is before you this evening, June 17th. The total proposed revenue is $308,553,519. The difference reflects a $2.3 million increase in the sales and use tax category. That's based on revised projections received from our sales tax consultant that presents a more optimistic view on based on what was compared from Q3 for the same year versus Q4. As a result, staff have proposed an additional $2.3 million in the sales and use tax category, which is shown there in your projections. The total proposed fiscal year 2023 general fund revenue, as I stated, is $308.6 million, just under $308.6 million. And we'll go into additional details in the next slides. Next slide, please. The proposed general fund expenditure budget is $260,053,519. Again, it's a difference of $2.3 million from what was presented to you at the June 3rd meeting. General fund proposed expenditure budget was adjusted to account for adjustments made in public works, and the self-insurance confidence level was reduced down from 69% to 64%. And those details will be covered on the next slide. Next slide, please. So this slide provides additional details of what changed from the June 3rd meeting to this evening. Includes salaries and benefits adjustments for part-time temporary staff in the Public Works Department for additional maintenance. The vacancy rate was reduced from 11% that was presented at the last meeting down to 9.7%. So those adjustments are reflected in the salaries and wages category. There's additional adjustments for fast-track charges and citywide generators and contract compliance training and air quality district fees of $547,000 included. Protective equipment for parks and janitorial staff of $26,000 is included. There's some deep cleaning expenses, electrical repairs and park materials for additional $900,000. The cost pool adjustment was reduced by $1.6 million. That reflects $987,000 in general liability adjustments and $565,000 for vehicles deferred and allocated from the ECIA funding. So the self-insurance pool, as I stated earlier, that estimated confidence level was reduced to 64%. And the last category there, operating transfers out, that was reduced to $49,000, reflecting a $250,000 allocation for the Canal Boulevard traffic calming, which has been offset by adjustments to the rent control transfer out, which will be absorbed in the risk reserve. Next slide, please. This slide just shows a recap of the City of Richmond festivals. This slide was also presented at the June 3rd meeting. The current fiscal year budget has $101,005 allocated for citywide festivals and events. The proposed budget reflects $135,000 allocation. That's a difference of about $33,500. Of that amount, the two events at the bottom of the slide there for a total of $27,000 are absorbed within those respective city departments' existing budgets. Next slide, please. To summarize the proposed fiscal year 2025-6 general fund budget, as I stated previously, the general fund revenue is $308,553,519, and the expenditures totals $260,053,519. The staff provided three options for City Council's consideration. Staff does recommend City Council to consider option A for adoption at next week's June 24th meeting, which is to hold and wait to allocate the 48.5 of limited term revenue after the City Council recess. And those funds will be held in interest-bearing accounts, and staff will investigate various options for investing the principal. Next slide, please. So the slide shows the three options. So we have the option A, which is the hold and wait. Option B, to be determined by mayor and city council, and includes CIP funded, unfunded needs that has been identified, and Joseph Muniz will go over some of those this evening. Option C, to be determined by the mayor and city council, which may include a federal funding contingency, additional capital improvement, unfunded actuarial liabilities, and then we have a funding structure there on the screen. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So as part of our annual budgeting process, the city staff prepare a 5-year financial forecast for the revenue and expenditure. This slide provides a breakdown of the revenue assumptions. The property tax, we're expecting an increase of about 1.3% in fiscal year 2025-26 over the current fiscal year, and about an average of 2.7% year over year thereafter. This category is influenced by valuation changes in properties, such as those of the Richmond refinery, and includes the successor agency surplus funds. The sales tax category, there we're forecasting a decrease by 1.2%, and an average of 2.1 to 2.5% in the following years. This category includes the sales tax and 2 voter-approved half-cent sales tax measures and the vehicle licensing fee backfill swap. Utility users tax, and I won't go over all of them, just sort of the high level, the biggest ones for our general fund. The utility users tax category, we're expecting an increase by about 4.6% in fiscal years 2025-26. There's an average about 4.8% change year over year. This category is based on varying trends, which such as decreases in our cable category and telecommunications and prepaid wireless, but increases in our gas and electricity and the cap amount. It also includes the Chevron tax settlement amount, which ends in fiscal year 2024-25. Other tax category, that one is projected to increase by 21.3% in fiscal year 2025-26, primarily due to the documentary transfer tax. And that average growth after fiscal year 2025-26 is expected to be about 1.7%. And then other than that, the other revenue category includes various sources such as fines and forfeitures, use of money and property, charges for services, and these revenues are expected to remain relatively flat, but it does show a large increase. That's where our limited term revenue is reflected in that category. Next slide, please. The general fund 5-year forecast required unfunded actuarial liability payments. These category is used to forecast assumptions provided by the most recent actuarial valuation report published by CalPERS in July of 2024. Per this report, the city's normal cost is expected to continue to decline over time, and that's primarily as a result of new employees that are hired into the lower cost benefit tiers. However, the city's unfunded actuarial liability, or UAL, we refer to often with PERS, will increase over the next few years, mainly due to a lower than expected return on the investment, which is currently at 6.8% return. Next slide, please. The general fund 5-year forecast expenditure assumptions. The city, as I stated, prepares a 5-year forecast based on 3 scenarios: the pessimistic, the middle of the road, and the optimistic. For each of the expenditure forecasts, there are no increases in personnel costs for the reasons I stated earlier. For the pessimistic scenario, a 5% inflation rate is applied to other operating cost category. For the middle of the road forecast, a 4% inflation rate is applied. And for the optimistic forecast, a 3% inflation rate is applied. Next slide, please. In pictures, so this slide shows the pessimistic forecast applying the revenue assumptions I stated earlier from slide 15 against the expenditure assumptions on slides 16 and 17 year over year. Just shows you a picture of how the amounts available remaining will decrease over time. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the middle of the road forecast, similarly showing the 4% adjustment year over year based on the assumptions I explained on the previous slides. And the next slide, please. And this slide shows the optimistic scenario. And with that, I will turn it over to Joseph Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Joseph Munoz, for the record, Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works Engineering. Next slide, please. All right, so we're here actually to celebrate the commitment that through your leadership, through the support of course, Finance, our City Manager's Office, we have committed over $100 million through key projects that I'll display here in coming slides. This helps build out, strategic goal 3, which is to improve the quality of life and community health. Strategic goal number 4, which is improving public safety. So we are out there, boots are on the ground, the design teams are on the way, project managers are moving forward. And I just wanted to make sure that we celebrate, besides us saying we have an unfunded list, we do have a funded list, and we are making an impact throughout the districts. Next slide, please. So first off, we have here in District 3, $800,000 project. Modeling here, really small, you can see our senior engineer, Halal Hamdan. He is the project manager for this. Modeling our now enhanced crosswalks. This is a Safe Routes to School project. We hope through the programmatic approach, we can continue to do more of these as we work together to go from projects into a programmatic approach. And in this case, this summer of 2025, this project will be substantially completed. Next slide, please. Here in District 1, we have a $5 million project, the Yellow Brick Road Clean, Green, and Beautiful project, that is. This summer of 2025, this phase will be completed. As you can see, this has made a big impact in District 1, and we hope that we can continue to do this work in future CIP projects. Next slide, please. Now for our parks and open spaces. Here you have Darcy Delashmut, which is our capital projects manager. Not necessarily modeling the restroom, but a newly installed restroom coming into place here. And happy to say that this $8 million project is going to reach substantial completion this fall of 2025. So you can see in the details there what's going to be installed, and we hope to have that, I guess, ribbon cutting, you'd say. But the reason why we're going to hold off on that is I wanted to explain the next slide, if you can get to that. So what I showed you before that was the $8 million project, which we can call the south side of the park. So also in District 2, through your guys' support, we had an ARPA-funded project. That ARPA-funded project was for the north side, which is the Shields Reed Park Field Renovation Project. And this project, as you can see here, is still in schematic, but it's going to go through the bid award and everything else there, and one day will be real. That day is actually next year already. So again, not next year, this one is spring of 2026, yes, next year. So with that said, again, that's already, us showing you that more projects are getting done, more parks are getting done. We will have to deal with the maintenance side of that, as we all know, but that's for another discussion. Next slide, please. We have the Wendell Park renovation project in District 1, also ARPA funded. As you see here, we're intending to complete this also in spring of 2026. And essentially, you can see the details there of what it includes. But now you've had Shields Reed Park, you now have Wendell Park, and we'll talk about another one next. Next slide, please. In this case, we have the largest capital asset that a city has, which is our roads. So for next year, we have $8 million. We're intending to complete close to 18 miles of roadway treatment. This is throughout our 6 districts. And from that, if we can continue to get funding in the future years, we'll be able to enhance that and, bring our PCI score up. But this work, the Cape Seal project, is going to be completed this spring of 2026 as well. Next slide, please. Now we have the Borman Park Revitalization Project. So this was a large commitment, but we're getting to the finish line now, and we appreciate that. This is over at District 3. This portion that we're highlighting here is the revitalization. As you guys know, there currently today is the site remediation, the soil off-haul, et cetera. That's wrapping up now, and then the new project team is coming in for the revitalization effort. And that's going to be scheduled to be completed in summer of 2026 as well. Next slide, please. Now, the last portion of the ARPA-funded projects that was rolled up into one, it was over $7 million, is our Martin Luther King Jr. restroom renovation project. That's over at District 3. We're also anticipating a completion in summer of 2026. This will just be the next step because we do have, as you guys know, the MLK Community Center that we're going to be going into the pre-development and along with some park assessments in that area as well. Next slide, please. Now we have the Carlson Crosstown Phase 2 project. This is in District 3 and 5. Over $6 million has been committed, and with your support, we're intending to complete this in fall of 2026. Next slide, please. Now we have some work over at District 6 bordering District 4 at a $1.4 million. We have the McBride Safe Routes to Parks. I know that this has been queued, but now with the staff that we have, we're able to mobilize and begin this work. This is scheduled to be completed in fall of 2026 as well. Next slide, please. Now in Districts 1 and 6, we have a $1.7 million commitment, and this is the Barrett Avenue Road Improvements Project. This is scheduled to be completed around winter 2026-27. As you can see, this is a project that is going to provide a road diet along Barrett Avenue, including protected bike lanes, sidewalk widening, et cetera. Where did this come from? This came from the adopted plans through this one would be the Bike Ped Action Plan and the Local Road Safety Plan. So these plans is how we essentially develop what projects come next, and that will help us figure out what we're going to do now, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 from now. But this is a way that we've identified a grant that helps support and deliver a plan that you guys have adopted. And I think that was around 2023. Next slide, please. Now in District 5, we have a $2 million commitment, the Bayview to BART project. This is, again, another bicycle and pedestrian project, and now is slated to be completed in spring of 2027. So these are getting a little further out. Again, this was highlighting approximately the next 3 fiscal years of key projects that staff is working on. And so as we continue to move forward, we'll provide updates as we proceed. Next slide, please. Now in District 5, we have the Booker T. Anderson Phase 3 project. So that's approximately spring of 2027, and as you know, that's the project that's going to address the roof, the gutters, the exterior courtyard, fencing, and then if there were things that were missed in Phase 2 in the interior, we'll address those as well, and we'll continue to provide updates through our project page and, of course, dashboard on this matter. And we'll be entering into the RFP stage, request for a proposal, to bring on an architect to begin that work shortly. Next slide, please. Oh, this is a good one. So I think it was in 2023 when I first started. Through you guys' support, when we got this project, there was a large shortfall, to be honest. And this is for the 13th Street Complete Streets project. And this was that effort where we wanted to, beautify, enhance this in District 1 this corridor because it connected to the Rumrail Boulevard Complete Streets project in San Pablo. It took a while to get online, and that's because this was federally funded. But through the hard work of staff, they were able to actually get the funding, and it was committed. So we are ready to proceed with this $5 million project to begin the work, and this is on 13th Street across the Pennsylvania Avenue Bridge along to, I think the city limits along 13th Street. I forgot exactly what that one was. But we will be starting this project, I think, in spring of next year and concluding in summer of 2027. Next slide, please. Now we have the Neighborhood Complete Streets project. This is on the District 1 and borders 2 and 3. And this is a transformative climate communities project. And hopefully we're gonna get additional support through the Regional Measure 3 grant funding. And we've had some town hall meetings, community meetings on this, and we'll continue to move this project forward and slated to be completed in summer of 2027. Next slide, please. Now we have, the bulk of that $100 million that I was mentioning earlier, which is the revitalizing the historic Richmond Main Library. So that one is in District 6. It's at $34 million, and we're actually beginning the temporary relocation this summer, and then the main library will go to bid also this summer. And so that's a lot of great work that Wendy Walbrook has done for our team there. And I think it's my last slide, so next slide, please, is the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2. So this is the extension from Phase 1 along Marina Way South. This is District 3 and 5, around $4.85 million. And this is also a transformative climate communities project, which hopefully we will receive some additional funding through our Regional Measure 3 grant funding that the team is working on. That will hopefully bring in some enhanced lighting and traffic signal upgrades as well. That's scheduled to be completed approximately in summer of 2027.
Next slide, please. And so to restate the recommended actions, to review the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budget and receive updated general fund 5-year forecast for the fiscal year 2025-26. Through 2029-30, and provide direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, city staff will incorporate city council directives and feedback and bring back the fiscal year 2025-26 operating budget and fiscal year 2025-26 through 29-30 5-year capital improvement plan for adoption next Tuesday on June 24th. And that concludes our presentation.
And if I may, Mayor, through the chair, based on what the council directs in the subsequent items under new business, staff will work with you per the charter to bring to the council on the 24th a balanced budget for adoption.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Oh, I get to go first.
Let me set my timer.
Yes, set that timer. So first off, thank you. I know this is a ton of work and a stressful time, and we're almost near the end. Yay. I just have a few questions. One of them is something that I want to put out for the council, and that is the Economic Development Commission would like to add an event to the list. And that event is an event they've been working on for over 2 years. It would be a new event, but it's a Green and Sustainable Business Expo. Their request is for $10,000, and I'd like to ask the council to consider adding that to the list of events. Again, they've been working on the project for over 2 years. They have a good, plan. They actually needed some more time to kind of develop what they were wanting to do, but it was very much so in support of many of the other initiatives that we're doing, like the GEZ, like our Green Blue New Deal, and whatnot. So I think it's supportive of the directions that we're already moving in, and I would prefer if we could put it as a part of the regular events instead of having to come back outside of budget season to request funds. So there's one. And then the next one is, in terms of the vacancy rate, would it be possible to see what specific priority positions would be included in the vacancy rate that's presented? And then could we also see what the percentage vacancy rate would be if we included additional priority positions, like the positions that have not currently been hired in Public Works, the tree crew positions, the parks and landscaping positions that would complete the additional tree team that we authorized? Can we look and see how that would adjust or change the vacancy rate? And then, trying to go fast here. Was one thing I didn't understand on slide 20. In the optimistic version, there was a 24-25 deficit. Is that true? Do we have a current $16 million deficit? Can we?
Andrea, can you explain the allocation of the previous year?
Yes, so for the optimistic scenario, that one, well, there's a few factors. It's the changes in the revenue estimates as well as the expenditure estimates. So assuming if all of those assumptions hold true, it would anticipate a deficit in fiscal year 29-30.
So the current fiscal year would have a $16 million deficit. That's correct, if all those assumptions are true.
Hold on a second.
Councilmember Robinson, can you please tell us what slide you're on?
Slide 20.
So the issue is that there was an allocation. This is the current fiscal year 24-25, that
Yes.
16.3.
Yes.
So that's an allocation that the city council made from unspent funds from previous years. So that's why that's there, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, you were looking at 25, 20,
20
yeah, 24,
25.
yeah,
So it's not
24.
an actual deficit.
Right, correct.
It is just unspent funds from a previous year.
Yep, that you've already allocated.
Okay, just making
Thank
sure.
you.
that
No,
I'm
you're
not
you're
missing
correct.
something.
Yes,
Okay.
Shas was correct. I was looking 5 years out.
This is, so the council
Plus or minus.
allocated those funds, so that's just how it shows up for accounting purposes.
Okay, and just a couple more. How many minutes do I have?
2 minutes and 26 seconds.
2 minutes. I'm turning the pages fast. I was also wanting to ask a question about YouthWorks. Some constituents brought up that we saw the youth were told that they needed to reduce the total number of hours that they were allocated from, I believe it was 300 to 100 this year, and I'm wondering what happened, and is there a way to restore hours for youth and YouthWorks in this budget? Also, there's been a continual need for more staff support of the 800, I believe, youth that they work with. They are understaffed, and I wonder if we can include those as priority staffing so that the youth can have the proper support, so our YouthWorks is actually meaningful and creates job opportunities, job pathways. That's a question, of course, we can come back with. And then, again, there are a number of different projects that we were presented tonight with the CIP. Are those all funded, completely funded projects currently? Okay. Go ahead.
You may recall that what the procedure is. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mubin. Thank you for acknowledging the procedure that we have in place. That means we're not answering questions at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Unless the mayor directs staff to do that, right? We want to be thoughtful that you have 8 other items on this evening.
Okay. So my question having to do with these projects, are any other new projects going to be added to this list, or is this a finite set? And yeah, that's my final question for later, I guess.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. So out of all the projects, CIP projects, how many are in District 4?
Mayor, if I may, through you as the chair, is the desire to continue the past practice of the staff will aggregate the questions and respond via email, and then where there's items of consent amongst the council for expenditures, we'll confer with your office and we'll include them in the budget, and we'll provide responses in writing,
Yes, now's the time to ask questions.
and then we'll respond in writing.
Right.
Yes.
Well, the answer is 0. You don't have to respond. There are 0 projects in District 4. And I was shocked to see that the budget for El Sobrante Stroll, last time it was 3,000. I was gonna suggest it to be increased to 5,000, and now it's reduced to 0. El Sobrante Stroll is a major event. Then tens of thousands of people participate in it. It's as big as Cinco de Mayo. For Cinco de Mayo festival, we have $20,000 for the festival, $6,000 for the parade. El Sobrante Valley is, El Sobrante Dam Road is unincorporated El Sobrante. Most of the residential areas around it, the residents who participate in it, are Richmond residents. From students of De Anza High, which is in Richmond, to all the people. People come from all over, Pinole, Hercules, other parts of Richmond, even as far as Vallejo. But it's the main event for District 4, El Sobrante Stroll, and I'm shocked that there is 0 budget for it. I suggest we have at least 5,000, if not 7,000, similar to other events. Why not 7,000 for that event? And El Sobrante Pride is combined with others. I assume it gets some budget. And I have a question for the city manager. So the Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence had presentations here, and they made a request for a $100,000 budget, and you said, or it was my understanding that you said you would look into it and incorporate it in the budget. Is there anywhere in the budget that you've included that? No answer for now? Okay. Also, the ad hoc, Wildfire Safety Ad hoc Committee has met with Public Works and the Fire Department. The fire chief is proposing $200,000 for a pilot project for home hardening in wildfire areas, similar to what the city of Berkeley and other cities are doing at a much larger scale. We do it at a smaller scale. So if you could please consider $200,000 for Richmond Fire Department for that. And I would like to suggest, I heard that we have hired a prosecutor, but not on a permanent basis. I hope to see that we have a prosecutor as a full-time employee of the city, because many of the issues related to weed abatement and code enforcement are dependent on having a prosecutor that we didn't have before. We need to have a full-time. Also, Office of Emergency Services is a very important office. So in the presentation that the fire chief had previously, he showed that if something happens, like a stroke or heart attack or something, somebody who knows CPR is around, their chances of survival increases substantially. So we need to train CPR to our public, CERT classes, community emergency response team, because we sit on top of an earthquake fault, the most major in the country. CERT classes are very important. Currently, OES offers at most, I believe, 2 or 3 classes, 20 people in each. That's not enough for a city of 120,000 people. Richard Diaz definitely needs a staff to increase the services. I brought an item for evaluating and estimating the needs in terms of earthquake retrofit and safety of the houses in Richmond, which are over 50 and over 75 years old. The council didn't approve it and said, even if you find something, we don't have the budget to spend on it. Well, we can at least train people We can have preparedness training by the Office of Emergency Services. Preparedness for earthquake, preparedness for wildfires, preparedness for all natural disasters, man-made disasters, for Chevron disasters. So it's very important to beef up staff at Office of Emergency Services. I strongly encourage you to consider that, please. And finally, there are items tonight on the agenda that require some budget, like historic preservation and other items. I assume you're going to incorporate those. Thank you. Right on time.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the work that you are doing trying to present us a balanced budget. I think for me, this budget is about one promise from the city manager and from us to the resident, which is improving the built environment. And when, like I always say, when we talk about serving the community, the service are done by how many people we have in the city, how many workers, right? I always say the library doesn't open by itself, it needs librarians. The weeds are are disappearing because it's magic. It needs people in public works to do it. The parks get clean because or maintenance and abatement crews are going there. There are currently 29 vacancies in the operation and maintenance group in the Public Works Department. And if we are going to fulfill that promise of improving the building environment, we need to fill these positions. So for me, thank you. I'm glad that everybody is so excited about this. We need to fill the positions that are actually doing the work in the community. And I can imagine that many of us receive emails. A lot of is for abatement, for weeds, street safety, and all of that, that is how we really care of the building environment. So we need to fill these positions. We need to also fill the positions of the Community Crisis Response Program. It's also a promise that we have to our community. So for me is, if we approve this budget with 9.7% in vacancies, which is that instead of 800 positions, we will have 722 positions. And the current vacancy that we have that it was presented to us, we have 179 current vacancies. So if we are saying that we are going to be we are not going to be able to fill 800 positions, right? And we are not going to be able to hire all of these, but we need to make the effort to hire the position, and particularly I am advocating for the position that people call the most for us to provide services, and is positions in the public works and the operation and maintenance, the co-enforcement, right? Because that happens as well. And the Community Crisis Response Program. And put that job listing and putting on the website and really hiring the position, because I don't know if we approve this budget and continue to not hiring people, how we are going to fulfill that promise that the city manager promised to us and we are promising to the residents. That is my question. So then I have some questions around some of the CIP budget. So I am hearing that, like I am seeing here that we are budgeting $11 million for pavement every year. Is that $11 million or $15 million? That is one question. And then the other part is that I would like to get a kind of like a line by line where these, like the funding, the funds that we use for paving, because we know that we had the gas tax, we can use some of that, and in the budget, the CIP, you mentioned that for fiscal year 2025, 26, from the gas tax, we are going to use $3.2 million for paving, for SB1, $3 million, for general capital, 1.8. And I don't know why we are not saying that we are using Measure J in this year. So I want to understand more about the pavement, and is already counted in the unfunded or capital improvement plans
Your time is
already.
up.
So thank you so much.
All right. Councilmember Cepeda. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'll start off with seconding there what Councilmember Jimenez said about we need more people. We are asking for a lot. Our community is asking for a lot, and I know it's a challenge because there's only so much money to go around, so I definitely get it, and I understand the fiscal impacts that would bring, but our community is in need of getting their weeds cut, their libraries open, and their services provided, so I second that there. I want to start off with slide 6. If there's a chance to put in here, this is a great chart, but if we can kind of tell us what, how much staff we had at each of these years, so we can kind of know what X budget means per X staff. So we can get that, that would be great. On slide 11, the festivals, I have a lot of questions about the festivals. The numbers are not adding up for me either here. The Homefront Rosie Riveter Festival, I don't remember having that this year, and I don't know that anything's scheduled for next year. I don't know if that's a donation we made to the Rosie the Riveter Museum for their festival they just had. So we can get some clarification around some of these. Juneteenth has 26,000 in there. So was that, were we just thinking ahead that we were going to adopt it on the consent calendar earlier today? And if so, I just want to know if it's 26,000 for next year plus the 6 that we just approved, or is it the 26 including the 6 we just approved? So either way, I'm okay with it. I just want to confirm it. The Arborist Day, if we can know what that is, both the Arborist Day and the Taste of Richmond says their festivals observed in the city departments in their current budgets. If we can let us know which departments those fall under. And then a couple months ago, I think we approved Ciclovia. I don't know if that would fall under festivals or where in the line item that might be. I would also like to see if we can help try to differentiate the festivals between what is a city-ran event versus the city making a donation. Because if we're making a donation and saying, here you go, Group A, here's $5,000, thank you for creating a great event for us, and we step back, we don't have so many soft costs. Versus us saying we're going to spend $5,000 plus $20,000 of staff time or whatever it may be. But if we can also break that down so we can actually know the numbers of each of these festivals. Because some of them we have very little time involved, and a lot of them we have a lot of time involved. So we just need to know if it's, again, if it's a city event that we're putting together or if it's just a donation, and that if we can differentiate that there. And I don't see, and it might be in there, it says Pride Festival, El Cervantes Pride, and other community events. It's all bunched in there for $7,000. This current year, we gave $5,000 to Richmond Pride. If we can just break it down if it's 5,000 to Richmond Pride for next year and then 3,000 for all the others, or what is that breakdown? And then for the Fiestas Patrias, it says that we gave 0 money this year. And then we're going to be budgeting 6 for next year. If we can confirm that amount there, I think we gave 5,000 this year. So that should be included in there. And then for Cinco de Mayo Festival, which is the festival on Sunday, if we can confirm how much we've given them. I'm not sure that we've given anything just yet. Maybe it's just still because it needs to be provided to them. And then on the Safe to School presentation or slide, I don't know which slide number it was, are we doing this for all school areas? And if so, can we include, if not already including Washington Elementary? We've had several car accidents there involving humans, so we want to make those crosswalks as safe as possible around Washington, if this is part of a bigger program. And if not, if we can include it anyways. On slide 38, sorry, I'll email them my other questions, but slide 38 is just about ADA access. People have mentioned that the wellness trails have left them without being able to put in their trash cans in or out of their home, and some of them are seniors, and they're not able to lift the trash cans, so we can just incorporate that into.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson?
So thank you again for putting this together. I share, I think maybe with the majority of the council members up here, the concern about making sure that this budget contains enough money and that we have sort of enough wherewithal to post enough positions to do the work that we need to do in Richmond and actually fill them. And so to that end, I wanted to talk a little bit, or I guess ask a question about the position control list. And so I think one of the attachments that was provided this week, I think it was attachment 4, is it was called draft multi-year comparative position listing. I've also heard this referred to as the position control list, and it's 800 positions. And as I think we've all know, if we didn't know before this process, we all know now that there is no intention to fill 800 positions, that we do not have the money as a city to do that. And so what that means for me is, in terms of our process as city council members, it means approving this list is essentially not a meaningful action, because when we approve these 800 lists, this isn't the real list of who's going to be working potentially for the city of Richmond in the next fiscal year. And I was intrigued I learned a new phrase today, I think Councilmember Robinson said it, but a list of priority positions. And I don't know exactly what that means, but from my context clues, I think that means priority positions are from the 800, on the list of 800 jobs on the control list, the ones that we actually post and try to fill, I think, are the priority positions. And so she asked for a list of those priority positions because I think one of our roles as city council is to approve that list. And so I'm asking that we not only see that, but that the intentions of what positions are going to be posted and that we're going to try to fill, I think should be part of our decision-making process, rather than just sort of finding out after the fact which ones get posted and which ones don't. Because I also noted in our last conversation about this is folks on the dais seemed surprised that certain things that they thought they had put into motion with council action didn't happen because the positions associated with it weren't on this priority position list and didn't get posted. So that is a long-winded way of saying I think that not only do I want to see the list of priority positions, I think we want to give input on it. And luckily, I'm hearing sort of a consensus around this too. I totally agree with, I think both Council Member Jimenez and Robinson I want to see the public works positions on there. So the folks pulling weeds and cutting grass and filling potholes, I really want to make sure all those positions are posted so that they may be filled. And I know that's not currently the case. I also have concerns about code enforcement jobs being posted posted so that they can be filled, and the Community Crisis Response Program, again, posted so that they can be filled. And again, I realize in most cities, like, that's what the control, like, the position control list is. You just, everything on there is what's posted and filled. But since that's not the practice here, I think we should both review and give input on and approve as a group which positions are the ones that get filled. Then this is probably not really a budget thing, but 9.7 as a vacancy rate, I think that sounds okay to me. I don't have enough context really to know whether I should argue for 6 or be happy that it's not 11. But I think one of the things we should talk about, again, and this might be something that comes after the budget, is I think, and maybe we were all a little surprised that last year when we had a goal of a 6% vacancy rate, it was in fact 18% through the whole year, basically. And so one of the things I think we need to build in, again, maybe as budget process, maybe afterwards, is that I think we should be doing a monthly check-in of where we are with that vacancy rate, and then maybe having council direction to ask staff to post more positions if we're really very vacant. Okay, so yeah, so I want to see the actual list of jobs that will be posted in the fiscal year, not just the full control list, and I want to have input on that. I'm personally leaning towards fully staffing the positions that in the short term will impact the physical space of Richmond, because again, that's most of the complaints I get as a council member and concerns that people express to me. And then just another thing, just because YouthWorks came up, so I also have the same question that Councilmember Robinson does: is there a way for us to go back to the 300 hours for the YouthWorks workers? And I think you mentioned, like, someone mentioned 800 young people participating, which I don't think there's 800. Is not the sense I get. So I'm just curious how many people are participating in it this year. And that is all my questions.
Right on time.
Ooh, look at me.
Yes. All right. I was a bit confused between the vacancy savings rate and the actual vacancy rate. So the vacancy savings rate was 11%. We got it down to 9.7, but the actual vacancy rate was 20%, according to the hearing that we had at the last session. So I think it's important that we recognize the difference between the vacancy savings rate and the vacancy rate, and that we focus on the vacancies and making sure that they're filled. I have, at City Council, every time there's an issue, the issue stems from code enforcement, or rather the lack of code enforcement. So I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that there's enough people to do code enforcement, and then enough people to correct the issues that code enforcement has to tag. So I agree with the other council members in terms of making sure we have the people to do the work. That's it for me, and now it's time for public speakers.
Okay, we currently have 4.
Councilmember Brown said, oh, you wanted to speak?
No, I said, I didn't say I wanted to speak, but my sentiments are with the council.
We have 4 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, Michelle Hayes, Byron Harris, and Jamin Purcell. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay.
Up to 2 minutes.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. I am Cordell Hindler for the record, and thank you, Andrea, for this presentation. In one of the scenarios, I am pessimistic because, meaning wise, because I want to see all these positions filled, because I looked at the budget checklist, and the only position that I want to see is community service, especially in recreation, because as you just heard from one of the speakers, we need more staffing, because we don't have enough, because when we have like summer camp programs that we have now and then going forward, we need positions in recreation because they provide a lot of service for our youth. And then especially when I say youth, I'm talking about like smaller children and teenagers. And then that's one. Then the other thing is like, for the library, we have 4 vacancies in the library, and that's not fair. We need more library staff because I go to the library frequently and there's not enough staffing. We only have part-time. We need full-time staff, full-time. 2, the third thing is one of the things I don't think it was mentioned is the port, because once again, I look at the port from my perspective and these positions have not been filled in the port. So I guarantee you, I'm advocating to add more positions for the port because port generates money. And if you want to see some money coming into the city, we need people in the port. Because I guarantee you, I'm not giving up until these positions are filled. And I guarantee you, I'm going to keep coming back to these meetings every time until I see some positions dealt with, and that's it. And I'll give my time to Michelle.
Michelle Hayes.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Hayes, Chair for the Commission on Aging, and also I'm the Secretary Treasurer for the Advisory Council on Aging. I enjoy hearing all the upgrades that are coming, that are proposing and stuff, but I didn't see anything about for seniors, in those diagrams as far as the sidewalk and the bicycle. And I don't know how many seniors on the bicycle, even if it doesn't have tricycle. But anyway, but I'm here in support of, for the Recreation Department, our senior center. I know that it is a great place for seniors to be. We have a lot of wonderful things for them to do, line dancing and everything like that, but we need more staff and we need more funds for the Commission on Aging so that we can continue to let our seniors go to various field trips and enjoy things. And, we're not dead. We want to keep on moving while we can, and we want to still be active. So that's my appeal, that we get additional funding and additional staff at the senior centers, because it's really important for our seniors. Thank you.
Brian Harris.
Well, I don't know how I can follow up with that here, but I can try that here. I'm Brian Harris. I'm the Secretary and Treasurer for the Commission on Aging, and I'm also, again, announced earlier here, I sit as the Transportation Chair for the county for the area agency, the Advisory Council on Aging for the Senior Mobility Action Council. And following up here with what Michelle Hayes has says, the big issue that we have yet to discuss is what are we going to be doing about the increasing growth of our senior population here in Richmond? In 2023, when we had a consensus here, we had 12,500 registered seniors. When we did the elections here last November, that number increased 18%. We have 14,700 registered seniors here in Richmond. That's just in Richmond alone. And we're not doing anything to compensate for the explosion, this tidal wave, the tsunami of seniors. All of us are aging in place. I appreciate all the programming that we have here, especially with the Recreation Department and the Senior Services programming that we have here. If anyone understands it here as a gerontologist, I know that we have these in place, but we are not preparing for what is coming for the future. City of Richmond needs to invest in the senior population. We need to do it now. We should have started 5 years ago. What I'd like to see for our budget here for the future and for the settlement money that's coming through Chevron, that we start investing in ourselves for seniors who live here in our community. Again, I am Brian Harris. I am Commissioner Brian Harris. You appointed me to this position to be the eyes, ears, and voice for the seniors to bring back to you. I'm telling you, we
Your time
need
has
to be on
expired.
guard. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Jamin Purcell.
So first things first, I do want to express my concerns with regard to having Richmond Rainbow Pride being grouped in with other events because as an 11-year organization who has been putting a lot of time and is completely community driven, it is very difficult to see that we're not being able to stand on our own as the other events have been able to do, considering we specifically do that because we are from and put on for only Richmond. That said, I do want to advocate that these vacancy rates are really, really high. This budget looks very austere, and it looks it's very concerning to see the way that we are not trying to address some of the vacancies that we have, because how are we going to do the improvements that we need if we don't have the staff? I look at the library department, which I mentioned earlier. They have those 4 open positions, but frankly, we should be looking at being able to open other branches as well. We have a new one that's down at the Point, Richmond area, but that is for programs, but we also should be looking up into the Hilltop Fairmead area as well, trying to open up a branch because that is an unserved area. As well, I'm concerned about when we're looking at the Public Works Department because, as has I think already been said, these are the people who make this city open up. Frankly, like the bathrooms don't happen, the parks don't happen. These things don't happen unless we have enough staff. And oftentimes the constant complaint from members of the public is that why is it that we're being underserved constantly? Why do we get underserved? And I just hope that we can have some alignment in trying to make sure that we're bringing on those good union jobs to this city.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 5 speakers.
And those 5 speakers are Roxanne Garza, followed by Keisha Gallen, Kevin Tidsdale, Mayeli Rico, and Linda Whitmore. Roxanne, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council. My name is Roxanne Carrillo Garza with Healthy Contra Costa. As an organization, we've been committed to working alongside your city staff to advance the city's race equity plan for the last 8 years. I want to start by saying we applaud the work being done currently to provide staff with training and build an interdepartmental task force. We've supported the County Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, and we've talked to other cities within our region that are advancing their work. The equity directors in Santa Clara, San Francisco, Oakland, Sonoma have all related the importance of having a full-time director who can develop a city-wide shared agreement and accountability framework for departments and external partners to ensure alignment with equity goals, build internal infrastructure for sustainability, for a sustainable equity strategy, including cross-departmental working groups, resource allocation, and staff development, design and manage robust community feedback loops to inform city decisions and measure whether government actions are meeting the resident needs, and manage racial equity dashboards and citywide reporting tools that track departmental outcomes and disparities. We stand ready to support the city, but this position is needed. And it's needed as hopefully one of these vacant positions, right? Because a director can actually also align the many equity priorities as well as work on equitable recruitment, retention, promotion strategies across departments, which may solve the vacancy issue, which happens every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keisha Gallen. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Keisha Gallant, and I guess I have some concerns on why isn't there anything about gun violence awareness is on the budget. Last week we did the first ever gun violence summit, our Wear Orange Summit. For the past couple of years, we've been doing the Wear Orange Summit in the city of Richmond. Last year, the city of Richmond partnered with different organizations for the Wear Orange Summit, where we brought awareness to Richmond about gun violence for the Black and Brown community. It's a health crisis, and it's a crisis that goes unheard a lot, where we need for the city council to step up and actually provide funding for us so we can continuously raise awareness throughout the year, not just for Wear Orange, but throughout the year. I brought it to Sohelia's attention where she didn't even know that it was an issue with gun violence in the city of Richmond. So the funding is needed in Richmond for us to raise awareness. It's a crisis for our kids and not just for the Black and the Brown community. It's a crisis for everyone. Whenever you get on those freeways, it's a possibility that you can get struck by a bullet. Whenever you're sleeping in your house, it's a possibility that you can get struck by a bullet. So it's important that we have a safe space and that we have funding to actually raise awareness throughout the year for gun violence awareness and not just look to ONS to.
That's from Councilmember Wilson. I think a monthly vacancy check from Councilmember Wilson. I think a monthly vacancy check-in would be great. I believe AB 2561 may have additional requirements if the vacancy percentage reaches over 20%. The city moving vacancy rate from 6% to 9.7 when the real vacancy rate is about 20% is, I think, laughable at this point. People aren't there. Excuse me, hiring isn't happening, but people are still retiring and leaving for other jobs. The city closed out the fiscal year with approximately 16.5 million and chose to put that in projects and other things. If the money being saved is from the employees, it should be kept for the employees and for their needs. There's a common thread when work can't get done and it's a small crew or not enough people to get the work done. The employees are dedicated and here and need help, need people around them to help them. And the city is in a great place right now financially compared to others. Looking at the documentary transfer tax, Measure U, and other economic benefits, there's money that's being missed out because there's not enough enforcement around the city to get that low hanging fruit. So again, we want to improve. We need to improve, and the employees again are there doing the work every day to make the city to do the best they can, making the city look the best they can. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mayeli Rico. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Mayeli?
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hello, Mayor, City Council members, and community members. My name is Mayeli Rico, and I proudly serve as the project manager for the TCC-funded e-bike lending library at Rich City Rides, a proud Richmond Rising partner. I'm leading the design, construction, and program development of this project, which will soon be located along the beautiful Richmond Greenway. As a Richmond San Pablo native, I'm proud to have come back to a city that's moving forward, one that's embracing sustainability, innovation, and a community-centered change. I knew I wanted to be part of the movement and contribute to the progress happening here in Richmond. With your support, this initiative will offer two main programs: the e-bike lending library program, which allows community members to borrow e-bikes for short-term or long-term use completely free of charge. The VTM program, or volunteer training and maintenance program, will be a program where participants will learn e-bike safety, basic maintenance, and repair skills. Those who complete the program will graduate with a free refurbished e-bike. All of the bikes used in the program, all of the bikes used in the program are rescued from becoming landfill waste. Instead, we're giving them a second life and putting them back on the road to serve our community. We're also building a dedicated facility that will serve as a community e-bike hub, where residents can access services, gain hands-on training, and connect with others committed to a healthier, more sustainable way of getting around. This program is open to anyone 18 or older who lives, works, or studies in the Santa Fe, Coronado, or Iron Triangle neighborhoods. I truly appreciate your support and thank you for your time. Together, I hope that we can help Rich City Rise and Richmond Rising bring this incredible program to the community and have these resources last for a very long time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Whitmore. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council member. My name is Linda Whitmore, and I'm a longtime resident of Richmond. I live in the Santa Fe area, and I moved here in 1990. So when I say long time, I really mean that. I have to want to second what our mayor said about requesting more code enforcement officers. Before the pandemic, we used to have on a regular basis officers going through our neighborhoods, making sure, checking on what was happening with our streets, with our vacant lots, with absentee landlords. They were on top of everything, and they were making sure things were happening. After the pandemic, or during it, it all stopped. So now we don't even see a code enforcement officer in our neighborhood. If we call, they'll come out if they have someone to take care of things, but it's very rare we can get someone out here. I look at the city council as the HOA of the inner city. We don't have on a regular basis anybody doing this for us. We need you to make sure that the inner cities live up to a city of pride and purpose, and that our streets are cleaned, that our vacant lots are cleaned also with the weeds and debris, and that we have someone looking after the inner city. So I would like to second what the mayor suggested, that we get more code enforcement officers to help the problems we're having in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public hearing. I'd like to say that the city of Richmond is a city that has lots of needs and also has lots of aspirations. We have passed agenda items that require dollars. For instance, the cicleria, which is something that we have committed ourselves to, wasn't even brought up during the budget. So I thank Vice Mayor Cepeda for bringing it back to our attention. And then the guns and violence awareness, something brought to us by our community, is something that we should also honor and make sure that we invest funds in for the public safety and the mental health of our community. And then we have new aspirations, new ideas, such as the one brought to us by Councilmember Robinson about a green and sustainable event. These are all needs and great ideas, and I'm sure that staff has heard all of the ideas that were brought forth and all of the opinions and desires that we have. And we're looking forward to having you incorporate them into this envelope of needs in the city of Richmond. Yes.
For things that are new things that people are requested tonight, do we need to vote on them so that we see whether or not there is consensus to add those things to the next budget?
Generally, if the way that it's worked historically is that the council brings up items and then we make a list and we try to incorporate as many of them as possible. Then we work with the mayor's office to fine tune the list, because the charter requires the city manager to work with the mayor to provide the budget. So that's what's happened historically. And then generally, if there needs to be additional adjustments, we can make them throughout the fiscal year.
Right, this budget is not a set in stone, and as we move forward, we'll be able to shift monies depending on the desires and needs of the city.
Primarily, and we'll make sure we'll include this in the next staff report and in the subsequent attachments. It's clear to me, and we've remained committed to filling the vacancies primarily at the direct service level. So we'll continue to provide updates on that, and we'll let the council know what the priorities are in those areas. We also have a number of projects that are in the pipeline, and we'll break out for council what projects in CIP are grant funded and what are general fund, because most of our CIP is predominantly grant funded. So I think that'll be good for the council to understand, because there's not a lot that we can do to shift around there. And then there's some new things that are always coming up, right? So we might receive a bid and the bid comes in over what staff anticipated. And so it's always good for us to leave a little room in the budget for things that are unexpected, or to be open to shifting things around as we get in new bids. So for example, you know, the Bay, one of our opportunities is we're always looking to expand the Bay Trail, right? That's something that the city council has by and large been very supportive of, expanding the Bay Trail. Sometimes that'll go out to bid and it'll come back a little higher than we anticipate. And so that's an example of an item that as we're receiving bids, we'll let the council know if things are coming in under or over, and then throughout the year, we'll need to make adjustments on the capital projects. So there was a host of items that the council requested this evening, and we'll certainly do our best to accommodate them. And those things that cannot be accommodated, we'll make a list so that you have it for the administrative records, so that as new funding may become available, or if there's grant opportunities, we can pursue those. And ultimately, this budget, though, will need to be adjusted because we are in the midst of collective bargaining. So those expenditures related to collective bargaining will need to be integrated into the budget, and we will fine tune and make additional adjustments at that juncture. We've pushed really hard on the revenue side, and are very pleased with the collaboration that we've had with the City Council on the implementation of Measure U and our franchise fee increases. But we think that the revenue adjustments that have been provided thus far are about as far as we can go until we see how things progress in Q1 of 25-26. Thank you.
Thank you. So the discussion that we had previous to the public speakers is the direction that we've given to staff. So staff will be looking at all of our suggestions to see how it can be allocated in the budget.
And then for your subsequent items, right, it will be impacted also based on what items you get through this evening, starting with new business. And depending on how the council directive is on the remaining items that are under new business, we will adjust the budget accordingly.
Can I ask a process question?
Yes, go ahead.
So a process question I just want to figure out, because we only have 5 minutes and we got to speak really, really fast. So I wasn't able to get all the items in. So would the city manager, I'm trying to figure out a process, if we have any other items to put forward, should they be agendized for next week? Should we email?
No, they shouldn't, because next week the budget needs to be adopted, and Thursday is a holiday. We'll be celebrating Juneteenth. So if whatever is not included in the budget that the council wants to direct us to continue to work on, you may want to consider that in July as well as when you return from your recess in August. But at this juncture, based on there were a lot of items this evening that were requested. I don't know that, considering that we're in collective bargaining, we don't have more capacity to have additional items at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So next item.
Our next item is item X1 under public hearing. Pursuant to public notice, it is time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the city engineer's denial of encroachment permit application EN 23-00746 submitted by Nathan Trevors, owner of Up and Under Pub and Grill, to maintain a patio parklet at 2 West Richmond Avenue based on the findings and analysis contained in this staff report and the supporting exhibits. Mayor, would you like me to read the procedure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is an appeal, so the procedures are a staff report, open public hearing, appellant statement, principal opponent statement, public speakers, appellant's rebuttal, that'll be 2 minutes, opponent's rebuttal, 2 minutes, close the public hearing, and then clarifying questions to staff or technical questions to applicants. City council discussion and vote. And the appellant will receive 8 minutes and the principal opponent 8 minutes to make their presentation.
And I'd like to remind the council that all questions, statements, comments should pertain to the evidence, to the facts that are in the presentation and in the documents. So you may start.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez, members of City Council. For the record, my name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer for the City of Richmond. Tonight with me, I would like to introduce to you Andy Cho. He's one of our newest members of the engineering team. He joined us earlier this year. He's a senior engineer and he runs many of our administrative programs. That includes the encroachment permit program. And he's been a great addition to the city and a real asset, and has assisted on this particular appeal. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting our staff analysis and recommendation regarding the appeal of an encroachment permit for 2 West Richmond Avenue, which is adjacent and part of the Up and Under Pub and Grill. It's a parklet. The grill submitted an encroachment permit a couple years ago, requesting a parklet as part of their business. It was an encroachment permit, and I denied the encroachment permit. Next slide, please.
What picture is that?
That woke us up.
So I'm glad everybody enjoyed the artwork. The appeal tonight, as I mentioned before, is a permit application that was submitted by Mr. Nathan Trevors, who's the owner of the Up and Under Grill. He made an application for an encroachment permit for EN 23-00746, which sought approval to maintain a public patio parklet structure within the right-of-way adjacent to 2 West Richmond Avenue. The purpose of this meeting is to consider the denial of the applicant's appeal, or consider the denial and the applicant's appeal, which is to appeal my rejection of the encroachment permit. Next slide, please. By the way of background, the parklet structure remains in place. This was a structure that was built prior to December 31st of 2021. There was an original encroachment permit, which was temporary, that was granted during the COVID era and allowed the parklet to remain in place for a short period of time. That permit did expire on December 31st of 2021. The applicant submitted their permit on September 19th of 2023, and I issued my denial on April 24th of this year, and the applicant appealed on May 8th of this year. Many of you may recall the history of this appeal. It is somewhat related to the appeal of the encroachment permit that I denied for the grill last year. It was council's direction and desire to attempt to resolve all the issues that were related to up and under grill. Staff did make attempts to resolve the issue with the owner then. Unfortunately, those issues were unresolved, and as a result, we concluded on this permit by denying it. Next slide, please. So the primary reasons for my denial of the encroachment permit application was that the application was incomplete. We have safety concerns. There are impacts to the city's right-of-way. We have community concerns, prior compliance failure, planning requirements, and building code compliance issues. And so in the upcoming slides, I'm going to go through each of these issues in more detail. I do want to note for the record that there were some typos or typos regarding the specific code references, which are corrected in this presentation. So for the record, the code references that we're reviewing tonight are correct. But there are some miscitings, unfortunately, in the agenda report itself. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Perfect. All right, so denial point number 1, incomplete application. The applicant did not submit the required supporting documents, such as detailed plans that were stamped by a licensed professional, ADA compliance documentation, and structural calculations. Per Richmond Municipal Code, section 12.30.50, subparagraph A, a complete application is a requisite to permit consideration. The applicant did submit a handwritten appeal, but did not cite the reasons for their appeal. And so we do not know why the applicant has any objection to any of these points. So that will be a running theme on all the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. Safety concerns. Staff identified traffic safety risks, especially at the intersection of Richmond Avenue and Washington Avenue. The parklet restricts visibility because it's located within the site triangle, which is also a part of the city's code. And there are also maneuverability issues in this sensitive location, being that the parklet is located near 2 intersections, actually. These concerns are consistent with Richmond Municipal Code, section 12.30.70, subparagraph subparagraph F1A, which authorizes denial for potential public safety hazards. Next slide. Impacts on the public right-of-way. The structure limits public access and impedes flexibility for utility and emergency access within the right-of-way. Richmond Municipal Code 12.30.070 F1D allows denial if the encroachment adversely impacts the use of right-of-way or adjacent properties. Next slide, please. We will note that also there have been many Community concerns noted about the parklet, its location, and safety concerns related to the parklet that were voiced by the community. Next slide. Prior compliance failure. The applicant has documented history of noncompliance with city requirements. Specifically, the patio parklet continues to be operated without an approved encroachment permit. Despite multiple notices from city staff, the unpermitted structure remains in place and in active use. This reflects a failure to follow applicable procedures and conditions required for activity in the public right-of-way. This finding is consistent with Richmond Municipal Code 12.30.70 F1E, which requires the permittee demonstrate ongoing compliance with existing permit conditions for renewal or continued use. Next slide. Planning requirements, which is point number 6. The Planning Division determined that the parklet structure is inconsistent with applicable zoning and land use regulations. The parklet facilitates alcohol service in the right-of-way, an activity that is generally requires an amended conditional use permit, a CUP. Richmond Municipal Code Section 15.04.610.60 sets up specific requirements and criteria for alcohol sales, and planning has indicated that the applicant's CUP must be updated before this use can be approved. Next slide, please. And then the final point is building code compliance. The structure lacks necessary plan review and approval under the California Building Code. Concerns remain with respect to the structural integrity, ADA accessibility, and conformance with California Building Code Section 107 and Section 11B. Without an approved building permit, the city cannot verify public safety or code compliance. Next slide, please. All right, each application is evaluated on its own merits under current laws and safety standards. The city has a responsibility to manage the public right-of-way in a way that is safe, inclusive, and equitable for all users. While the city supports local business and vibrant public spaces, those goals must be balanced against public safety, accessibility, and fairness. The appeal form did not include any justification or materials addressing the city's concern. However, we understand that the appellant will have the opportunity to speak tonight and has plans to do so, but currently the staff is not aware of any evidence stating concerns about the denial. Finally, in regards to our analysis, issues such as traffic safety, ADA access, which is American Disability Act access, and the long-term stewardship of shared public spaces remains unresolved. Next slide. So conclusion, the next step. The right-of-way is a shared asset, and it must reflect community values around safety, accessibility, and equitable access. Staff recognizes the importance of outdoor spaces for business and community life. However, consistent, fair application of standards is essential for maintaining trust in the permitting process. Based on the 7 findings and continued noncompliance, staff recommends that council uphold the city engineer's decision. A draft resolution is prepared to that effect. After this presentation and public comment, city council may deliberate and make its decision on the appeal. Next slide. Staff recommends approval of a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the city engineer's denial of an encroachment permit, application EN 2300746, submitted by Nathan Trivers, owner of Up and Under Pub and Grill, to maintain a patio parklet at 2 West Richmond Avenue. Based on the findings and analysis contained in the staff report and the supporting exhibits. With that, staff concludes its presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the staff report. I will now open the public hearing. The appellant statement. Is there someone here for the appellant?
Mr. Travers is online.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right. Proceed. You have 8 minutes.
Well, it's pretty interesting listening to Robert's report that is completely out of context. The real fact is this application was submitted before his time and before any of you guys' time. You make it sound like I just built something overnight. I have 6 months of working with Danae Evans in the city of Richmond in the engineering department that I did everything was told to do. It's real simple. Real simple. Everything that Robert's saying, that whole thing is hogwash. It's all lies. Now, listen, I live a whole life of business of paying bills and permits and liquor license and business license and grease trap cleaning license, every dang thing. The city engineer, Robert, is lying. I was never issued a permit. I would never spend $15,000 and build a beautiful parklet that needs to be removed in a year. So this is so funny. So I don't understand why we're not talking about the application I submitted with Danae Evans. Why is that not on a conversation? Why is it not a show that I've been approved of all this? Why are you telling lies? The community doesn't like this parklet. That is such trash. I have signed over 5,000 signatures saying they support this thing. Okay? You got one resident, Philip Rosenthal, who calls the engineer 3 times a day, every day. And suddenly one person is the community. I told the city council of Point Richmond Neighborhood Council, if the neighborhood tells me to take this down, I will take it down. I have no idea why we're wasting our time. And you talk about you support business and we need funding to give jobs and we need money. You're giving $100,000 to this and that. Listen, that parklet generates money in taxes. Okay? It gives jobs. What is really going on there? First off, it's on Tewksbury and West Richmond. It's not on Washington Avenue. I don't know what the heck that's about. You need to figure out where your geographic is. And yeah, is that a hard corner? Well, when you have a stop sign that's 6 feet before the end of a building, parklet or not, that intersection's a nightmare. And I've been preaching that from day one. You should have a stop sign there so the jerks flying down Richmond Avenue aren't going to kill someone. So this Robert's got a hard on. Someone's up a bee in his bonnet. The engineering department's all new, so they just want to, puff up and show that there's somebody and we're here to save the community. It's such trash, guys. It's embarrassing that we're having this discussion again, and I already know the decision's been made. You guys are all against it. Caesar doesn't support it. He's two-faced. He says, one hand, I love parklets. I think parklets are great. I love to sit outside. Blah, blah, blah. And then behind the door, it shut it down. Why? Why? Because you say the application is incomplete? I filled that application in 2020. So what's incomplete about it? You want me to fill a new application 3 years later because someone has a problem with something? Like, why don't you just actually be honest with yourselves and tell me the real reason? Because the waste of time and money on that slideshow is such nonsense. Come on. I did everything was told to do by the city. So you all are basically telling your predecessors that they suck and they didn't do a good job. But in reality, you guys aren't doing a good job because you're just bullies. I've been in business there almost 16 years. I have 20 plus families that live and die off of this business. And for so, yeah, I mean, yeah, you got rid of the smoker. Good job. I knew once you got me rid of that, I knew the next thing was this. So, you know, I guess we're all part of history because this is why Richmond has no pride and purpose anymore. You guys should be ashamed of yourself to get on board for this BS thing from engineering department. Robert, where'd you come from? You just got here a couple years ago? You have no idea the history of that thing. Why don't you talk about the facts that I went through? Why don't you talk about all the approvals that I did go through? Hey, if you guys screwed it up, you screwed it up. I didn't screw it up. But here, I'm the one that's going to be held hostage. I'm going to lose the revenue. Now, you guys want to hire jobs, but you're secretly taking jobs away from businesses that are in your community. Come on, that's gross. That's gross. But I guess that's what politicians and bureaucrats do. They have underlining agendas that don't give a crap about a small business. I mean, look at the poor food truck guy. He's been there forever, and he's getting jerked around. Like, what are you guys doing? It's just sad. And I'm just sad to be a part of it. And I'm not even going to here to plead my case because you guys have already ramrodded this thing. And you guys can open your bottles of champagne and just get the big high fives and everybody's happy. And we take down the one and only parklet in the East Bay that you should be proud of. Why are you not proud of this thing? It's freaking beautiful. It's built like a tank. It's safe. You know, I have probably 50,000 people a year get to enjoy that parklet. But here we're taken away because Mr. Rosenthal's complained about it. And then you take one complaint and make it a whole community. And that's BS. Why don't you put your word where your mouth is? Like, let's go to the community. If the community takes me down, I'll have a screw gun there tonight. But those are lies. That's all. That's a slideshow of lies. Application. Of course, my application was incomplete because I already filled out an application. I already submitted one. Why are we not talking about that? That's what I want to be answered. Answer me that, Robert. Why are we not talking about the application in 2000? Why don't you prove that you gave me an you can't even say you said an encroachment permit that wasn't that long. What the heck does that mean? I run a business. Details, permits. Jesus, I pay a business license every year. You don't think I wouldn't pay for a renewal of an encroachment permit? What is wrong? It's lies. And it's okay because you guys screwed up. But instead of actually admitting it and being humbled and actually come to a resolution, yeah, I could make it handicap. I could do this. Everything that was done, you guys from the city of Richmond told me to build it on that corner. City of Richmond told me to put it there. I didn't say put it there. I want it on the other side. So here I do. Yes, City of Richmond. Okay, I'll do that. That's great. I got
Time is
over 100
expired.
emails. Yeah. So is
Thank
the
you.
time in the.
Thank you. It is now time for the principal opponent statement.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I believe I mentioned these facts already, but I just want to reiterate some particular facts. KCRT, can we pull back up the slideshow presentation that lists the several different dates? It was at the front of the presentation. So I think it was a beautiful image, but I think it's the second or third. There we go. So, Mr. Trivers is correct that the parklet was installed under an encroachment permit prior to December 31st of 2021. However, that permit expired on December 31st of 2021. It was a temporary permit. It was almost 2 years later before he applied for a new permit. So the permit that is now being denied was submitted on September 19th of 2023. So again, it was submitted almost 2 years after the permit had expired. There's many attempts by the city to correct the parklet. And just a minor point, I was with the city in September 19th of 2023. He did mention his interaction with Danae, but I believe Danae was in the transportation division. That had to do with the parklet application. So I just want to remind Mr. Trivers and council that the item before you today is a denial of an encroachment permit. It does not have to do with the parklet application. So Mr. Trivers applied for an encroachment permit, and that is the permit that I took action on. The action that I took was a denial. And then finally, I just will remind council that it was council's direction in the fall of last year to make our best attempts to work with the applicant to resolve not only the grill, but all the many other items, which staff did. We did send 2 letters suggesting different corrective action that could be made to help Mr. Trivers with this patio parklet. Unfortunately, we just didn't get any action out of the applicant. So we do have all the sympathies on work, on this item, but I did have to finally take action on this permit, and I did deny it. So again, what we're requesting is that council uphold the denial of the permit by a resolution. So thank you, and that's all of my rebuttal.
Thank you. So it's now time for the principal opponent's, I'm sorry, the appellant's rebuttal, which is 2 minutes.
Well, God, man, you're a liar, Robert. You're the encroachment permit. You gave me a permit, but you actually never gave me. I never got one. I never got it physically. I never got email. I got nothing. And you don't know that because you weren't there. And now you tell me it was for a year. And then, what, 2 years after that year's up, I suddenly get a letter out of nowhere saying, you haven't applied. I'm like, what are you talking about? And plus, it's 2 years after the fact, if that was even true. So, it's all bullshit. You're just swinging for the fences, and you guys are holding on to this encroachment permit. I got an encroachment for my patio. I've had it 15 years. I'm waiting for a letter for that. Are you going to send me a letter for the patio that tells me I've been having illegal patio for the last 14 years? I mean, what do you? So what are we doing here? Is each encroachment permit has its own time frame? So you guys are screwed up, and I hope you sleep good to just know that you're just crushing a small business and just on a formality of lies. I was never given one. So you and your team put together a little scenario and then send me a letter 2 years later. I mean, what's wrong with you guys? I mean, yeah, it's all just freaking comical, and I hope there's some sense on that council, which I don't know anymore. I mean, you guys can't even actually be compassionate and see the reality of what we went through. Jesus, COVID, the time of craziness, we're holding on for dear life and trying to figure it out. I do everything's told, and then you just ram this up me and tell me I didn't do anything right? Nonsense. Absolute freaking nonsense.
Thank you. It is now time for public comment.
Fucking liars.
We have 2 in-person public speakers. They'll have 3 minutes each, up to 3 minutes. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The speakers are Cordell Handler and Mark Wasberg.
Wow. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Robert, for this presentation, and thank you, Nathan. So after listening to this, I'm like, a part of me says like, first the grill, that now the parklet, and I'm like, I don't get it because Up and Under is a business. They've done a lot of good things for our city. If you, they have done like like for holiday events, and I'm like, and then for them to like take this parklet away, where are people gonna sit? They can't. They're gonna be sitting in the patio? No, the parklet is better because that way they can interact with people, and it's like, and they're a good business, and I'm like, I think Nathan Trivers is absolutely correct. It's like the idea, he pays a lot of money into the city, as he just indicated, $15,000 of license and all that. No, I think the parklet stays because it generates revenue into the city. And no. Think about it though. Think about it though. Your conscience will say that Up and Under parklet is a good because I walk along Point Richard every so often, and it's like, and I think it's a beautiful parklet where I can sit down and have my meal or a drink, and it's like I'm comfortable. That way, I can see people and I can see what Point Richard is about. So I would like think before you make your decision. Get rid of the parklet or lose revenue. I would think about that. So think about it.
Mark Westberg.
The question is he violating the code? Is he? Well, I guess he ain't gonna say nothing. If he is, okay, you're gonna have to give him a fine and tell him to remove it. It seems to me he's gonna have to get a lawyer. You're not gonna win fighting City Hall without a lawyer. Now, he can come up here and call all the names he wants, but it's not gonna do any good. It seems to me like the city gave him a temporary permit, and then during the COVID, then the COVID is over, then the city goes, hey, we're not gonna let you have the permit anymore. So I don't know what's the big deal. I don't even know why you're even coming up here and talk about it. Last time you talked about it almost took you 3 hours, and then he didn't even get a decision on that. So just take it to court. Have the owner's gonna have to get a lawyer. Okay, fight it in court. You ain't gonna get nowhere here. You think the city council is gonna give him special approval to disobey the ordinance? I don't think so. I mean, this whole thing is stupid, you ask me. Were you gonna spend another 3 hours talking about it? Just go ahead and drop it and tell me, if you don't like it, get a lawyer, sue us. It's the only way you're gonna solve it.
That was our last in-person speaker. We do have one speaker online.
And that speaker is Philip Rosenthal. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, Council. I have received so much abuse publicly and on social media by both the management of the pub and their attorney, Daniel Butt, that I had made a commitment not to even phone in or participate in this meeting this evening. But since my name came up several times, and since two speakers who are there deserve a response, I felt a need to raise my hand and make some comments to correct factional errors. Today, I am phoning in as a taxpayer whose family has lived on that block for 63 years. First of all, my good friend Cordell, the pub did not pay $15,000 to the city. They paid $0 for their 1-year permit that expired 3.5 years ago. I have physically seen that document with the signature where it says it expired 3 years ago and where Mr. Trivers signed it. We have set in my neighborhood, there are Pat, I would request you mute anybody who is going to use profanity during my time, and I want a few extra seconds for that, if I might. Secondly, for Mark, who is a frequent guest here, Um, the pub is represented by Daniel Butt, whose father actually created the Land Use Design Review Committee for Point Richmond, where this project normally should have gone. So I do believe that the pub has the very best representation, who knows every single thing about proper procedure because it's the son of somebody who was on the council for decades. Lastly, public records will show that under no time did I ever complain or request the removal of that deck on behalf of myself, although I did forward letters in agendized meetings that were agreed upon by the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council.
More
I have
like.
never done that, but what I have done is report the barbecue in the red zone specifically as requested by Eva Mann, the code enforcement officer, in a recorded meeting that has been forwarded to the city attorney, all council members, and the city manager's staff. So Ms. Mann requested we report the barbecue, and I did it every 2 months so that the city could not claim that they did not know the barbecue was functioning if somebody got injured.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And that was our last speaker.
With the last speaker, I am closing
Well,
the.
Mayor, can I jump in just for one moment? I just want to clarify, just because we want to make sure we're following the council rules on public hearings. And one issue is that we jumped from the rebuttal to the public speakers, but if we look at our rules, it allowed for the principal opponent, and in this instance, it would be Robert Armijo. He spoke, but he represented that it was a rebuttal. So technically, if you're looking at the rules, it should be the public speakers, and then we move to rebuttal. So I think given that we skipped a step, I think we should allow for rebuttal after the public speakers. So I don't know if you have any, if that's.
Well, then we would have to have, to be fair, they both.
On
did-
both sides.
They both did rebuttals, so if we are going to do rebuttals, we have to have both people do rebuttals again.
I'd recommend that if they have
Okay.
anything further to say based on the public comments.
Okay. Well, then, the appellant, rebuttal. Mr. Trevors?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You have another 2 minutes.
Oh, joy. Yeah, I don't know. It's another another sad day in Richmond. It's just lies. It's all lies. It's just unfortunate. Philip's a liar. I got him on public record complaining about it. Yeah, I didn't give $15,000 to the city of Richmond. No. I actually sent in a payment for the permit that you guys sent back to me saying, hey, COVID, we just want you to stay in business. Here's your money back. I'm like, oh, okay. And you know what? I kept that check on the wall for 4 years because for some reason, I felt like I was going to come around. And it sure did. So yeah, Danae was the parking, yes, but she was told to do this. She worked with all the engineers. She worked with all the departments. This is why we're so crazy right now. And the city of Richmond did not issue me a encroachment permit. I did not sign anything stating only for 1 year. I'm not stupid. I'm a businessman. But you know what? I guess I am a stupid businessman because I'm dealing with a stupid city that is lying and taking away business from me. Why? Why? It's insanity. Absolutely insanity. And I probably should be in an ambulance right now because my heart's ready to blow through my chest listening to this nonsense. And so I'm just going to sit here in 18 seconds of silence so I could actually have some solitude away from this stupidity that I'm witnessing.
Thank you. Now it's time for the opponent's rebuttal.
Just two quick things that I think I forgot to mention previously, but all the documentation in the transactions concerning this permit are in the, as listed as attachments in the staff report. So the attachment B does show the parklet temporary permit that was listed. We also have listed in the application the permit application, which was applied for and was subsequently denied by me. And then the dates of the two letters that we sent out last year on the parklet to try to resolve the matter were sent out on October 7th of 2024 and October 29th of 2024. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Then now public hearing is closed. So it's time for clarification questions to staff or technical questions to the applicants. Do we have any? Yes, go ahead, council member.
So with all the scarcity of the staff time, I'm surprised it's taking so much time. And are there any regulations for patio parklets that's clear for the public to apply for?
Yes, we do have standards that, under the existing parklet program, that are listed in that guidance. So we did, as part of our denial letter, we did get very specific. The denial letter is attached to the council packet. So it didn't meet certain measurements. A parklet's only supposed to take up 2 parking spaces. So it's basically the parklet's too long. It's too long by about 4 feet. It's also too wide. It's not supposed to project out into the traveled right away. It's supposed to stay within a standard parking unit. So it's too wide. The parklet standards also describe how tall the parklet should be. It's also too tall by, I forget off the top of my head. Do you remember how tall it was?
5 feet.
Yeah, it's too tall by about 5 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when this is denied, it will be removed. Does the owner get a chance to apply again and start over?
Yes, that's a possibility, although I believe we have a moratorium in place for the parklet, so we are going to be, one thing that we're going to be coming back to the council later on is some improved parklet program in the future.
Thank you. So I have a big picture question. Why is this process so lengthy, in your view? Was there miscommunication between you and the business owner, or we don't have a protocol in place? What went wrong? We shouldn't be spending 2 years on a subject like this.
Well, that's a great question. I do think that staff, particularly under
If I may, we're not going to answer that question. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
We're not going to answer that question. We're in a public hearing unless the mayor directs us to.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. That's it, and welcome to the city of Richmond, Andy. Thank you, Robert.
Any other questions? Councilmember Wilson?
So I think staff has made a good case for all the ways that the existing parklet fails to meet a bunch of standards, including ADA compliance and the size of it. Do we know that it's not up to building code, or is it that it didn't, what was the real, I didn't quite understand. I think it was your 0.7 with building code compliance. Could you sort of restate that again?
Our building division believes that I think the essential issue is twofold. They just didn't apply for a building permit, so they can't confirm that it meets building codes. So that's one issue. The second issue is that it doesn't meet the Americans with Disability Act. So I mean, that is pretty clear because there's no accessible route to be able to utilize the facility. You have to use steps in order to get into the parklet.
And so, and then sort of my question, and maybe is how did this get approved why did the encroachment permit get approved in 2021? I mean, I know, I think it's before your time, but was there some documentation about why it was thought to like be compliant in 2021? And does that approval in any way bind the city to future approvals of it?
The permit expired.
Right.
It was good for about a year, and there's nothing that binds the city to continue the approval of that parklet.
But was there any documentation of why it was approved in 2021 in the first place? Like, I understand that it expired, but.
There's no documentation.
That's it.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to confirm, I'm looking at both the city website for the parklet dimensions, and it's all clear on here. I'm also looking at the encroachment application. So there was one back in, I want to say 2020. I'm looking for the date on here. And there is the fee was waived with the signature. I believe that might have been Yoder. It says fee waived 11/1/2020. Note on final permit. Permit valid for 1 year due to COVID-19 pandemic conditions. Signed 11/1/2020. And this was then given back to the applicant, Nathan Trivers. The parklet, the patio parklet is on 2 West Richmond Avenue, not on Tewksbury. And I'm reading the notes. No fees and permit extended until 12/31/21 due to COVID-19, approved by Yada Bermudez. So it's I'm just reading through the signed permit here. So now remember seeing the original conditions of the parklet was that it was to be at about a 2-year permit per each parklet. I don't know if you remember.
I can't speak to that because you're talking about the parklet application, and that's not before us today.
That's fair.
Today is my denial of the encroachment permit.
Perfect, thank you, that's fair. Then I have no other questions for now, but I do see the permit there, so thank you so much for your time.
Any other questions? No? For the record, I would like to mention the letters that were mailed October 7th and another one October 29th. On October 7th or thereabouts, we did have a hearing about the cooker, which was on the street. And in that meeting, we also brought up other issues that were of importance to the city of Richmond. We sent a letter on October 29th with suggestions, asking him to find solutions to these issues. To my knowledge, he did not reply. Is that correct?
That is correct. We got no replies to our letters.
Okay, so it seems, according to the letters, the city was doing our due diligence in trying to work in arrangement with Mr. Travers, and I think that that's where we're at today. So if there's no other questions, it's time for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the item from the staff report.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
So, yeah, so we have a motion from Vice Mayor Cepeda, seconded by Councilmember Brown, to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the city engineer's denial of encroachment permit application EN 2300746, submitted by Nathan Trevors, owner of Up and Under Public Pub and Grill, to maintain a patio parklet at 2 West Richmond Avenue based on the findings and analysis contained in this staff report and the supporting exhibits. Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
Our next item is item Y1. And that is to direct staff to allocate $3 million in the fiscal year 2025-26 budget and 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2025-26 through 2029 and 30 for the Harbor 8 Park Expansion Project contingent upon execution of a formal memorandum of understanding between the City of Richmond and Pogo Park, submission of the original and revised project budgets, including line item detail for each cost overrun, broken down by change order number, a resolution of kitchen scope and identification of its dedicated funding source, confirmation that all applicable grant deadlines can still be met, and a formal meeting between city staff and the Pogo Park Board to review and align on project roles, responsibilities, and expectations for this city-owned property. These conditions go unmet by October 31st of 2025. Funds may be reallocated pending further council action. Do we have speakers? We do have in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, this item was brought forward by Councilmember Jamila Brown and Vice Mayor Cesar Cepeda. Did you have someone to make a presentation, or will you?
I believe Pogo Park is available to make some comments, and we have some KCRT. I'm not sure if you got an email from earlier today on a couple of slides, and maybe Tootie from Pogo Park can come forward and share some. Time's up.
That was.
And I don't know if Councilmember Brown has
Yeah,
anything else to add as well, and then before Tootie there.
Yeah, I'll introduce the item. Thank you, Mayor. And I'm honored to co-sponsor this item with Vice Mayor Cepeda to allocate $3 million towards the Harbor 8 Park expansion, a top-rated, unfunded project serving one of Richmond's most historically underserved neighborhoods, such as Coronado, Santa Fe, in the Iron Triangle. I want to acknowledge the city staff's earlier concerns around clarity and coordination. But since then, the Pogo Park team has stepped up and completely open with communication and shared accountability. I believe we are ready to help deliver this project. And I'll allow Vice Mayor if you have anything to add to it, or if we'll have Tootie kick us off.
I think Tootie and the pictures that are in the presentation are going to really speak to what this project is looking to do for our community and the great work that Pogo Park has been doing in other locations. I had the opportunity to go and visit, and even though it's still in progress, it's just so amazing. And just being able to visualize the impact that this will create, not just for the community today, but for the communities of the future. So as someone once said, these are for our grandkids. So thank you. Tootie, please. And I don't know if you can see the presentation on there. It's just some of the pictures you shared.
Okay, hello. Yes, so hello, Mayor Martinez and Vice Mayor Cepeda. I want to thank Councilmember Brown and Cepeda for bringing this item forward. So my name is Tootie Marr, Chocolate Bar. I'm the Executive Director of Pogo Park, and we're here to urge the City Council to make this allocation of funds for the Harbor 8. Why? First of all, the impact that we're going to be having in one of the most underserved neighborhoods in Richmond. Then also with the capital improvements, when everybody was doing the metrics, that we were ranked of the 2 pages of metrics, the second highest score. The other thing is this project, the Harbor 8 project, is really a force multiplier. It ties in with so many projects that are happening in Richmond. First of all the different improvements that are happening on the Richmond Greenway right now. It connects with the safe routes to school that you had just seen some of the slides from Lincoln School. It is connecting with the TCC grant with the Neighborhood Complete Streets. And finally, it's connected with the Yellow Brick Road project as well. So really, this Harbor 8 project is a force multiplier that is going to really help to catapult this part of Richmond. One thing that it's important to know is Pogo Park has been working for 18 years tirelessly to raise funding for the city to improve capital improvements that the city owns. We've raised $60 million so far in capital fundings from grants. We have also, our projects have leveraged 51 million. So Little Pogo Park has raised, is basically has helped to raise $111 million for Richmond. So this is taking nothing from the capital funds, it's taking everything from funds that we have raised. Right now that we have, which I think is going to be one of the most exceptional public parks in Richmond, Harbor 8 Park. And actually, if the CRTC people can kind of go through these slides, is that the 2 minutes?
KCRT, will you mind bringing up the slides again? Thank you.
So the Harbor 8 budget is 28 million. So far that we've raised 22. We're $6 million short. What we need is $3 million commitment and allocation from the city, and then with that we can leverage that and raise the final 3 to close the deal at 28. Just want to say that the city is basically with this, for a $3 million investment, is getting a $28 million park. So we're really hoping that you can help us close the gap and finalize this. Just if we can just skip forward, that I want to show the latest photos of Harbor Hall. This picture here was the original dream of what the hall was going to be like, one single hall that was going to be a multi-purpose room that can be used for the public good, for the community. So this was the vision, and if you could give KCRT, if you could go to the next slide. This is the vision, this is it today. So we are almost there. The baby is being born. So this park and this project is going to be opening in 2025 for the public good. KCRT, if you can just go through, there's probably 5 more slides, just to kind of show the whole, the building, the vision that came from the community team is now being actualized. And we're the Pogo, and one thing that's important too is the city staff has asked for certain things, and we have replied in detail and look forward to working with the city staff to make sure that everybody feels comfortable. So with that, if there's any questions, but we urge you to vote for this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I will open up a public hearing.
Okay, we have
Public comment, sorry. I was on the last item.
We have 5 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. In-person speakers are Cheryl Mayer, James Anderson, Kia Walton, Bruce Yamamoto, and Antoine Clord. You'll each have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Cheryl Mayer, and I'm a 49-year resident of the City of Richmond. I want to first state that I am neither an employee nor a board member of Pogo Park, but my credentials are that I'm a founding member of Forge, which is Friends of the Richmond Greenway. I'm also the secretary of Richmond Friends of Parks and Recreation, which is a nonprofit organization that helps to manage funds for the city in their grants that come into the city that do not go through the city budget, but rather go through the nonprofit. And finally, I'm the treasurer of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council. So it is in that regard that I want to say that the Neighborhood Council has wholeheartedly supported this project, and that Iron Triangle has been the primary beneficiary of Pogo Park, first with Elm Street Play Lot, and then with the Yellow Brick Road, and now we have Harbor 8. Harbor 8 will not only serve the Iron Triangle, but it will also primarily serve Santa Fe, Point Richmond, Coronado, and other communities that want to use this beautiful new hall, which is a public asset that cannot be matched. There is no such building anywhere in Richmond, private sector or public sector, certainly not a nonprofit organization that has built such a monumental, beautiful hall for public use. Pogo Park has made an incredible contribution to our community, and as a community member, I urge you to vote to allocate this $3 million to completing this project, which will be completed this summer in 2025 with your support. Thank you.
James Anderson.
Good evening, everybody. My name is James Anderson. I'm a Richmond resident, born and raised in Richmond, and I'm also an employee of Pogo Park. Pogo Park has truly impacted my life for me to be able to give back to my city, my neighborhood, and to the kids in my neighborhood. Most of you guys have visited our park when we didn't have events and seen the impact that we had at our first park. So we're trying to go to this next level. We are at the next level, and we're trying to take it to another level with our second park, to where we can truly impact the city of Richmond on another level. I encourage you to fund us, to help us to get through it. We're 70% done. We just asking for your help. Thank you.
Kia Walton.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Kia Walton. I am so proud of Richmond always. And I am an employee of Pogo Park. I'm also the executive director of the Easter Hill United Methodist Church Freedom School. And most of our scholars are actually from Nystrom. And I get to see them every day laughing and playing. And also I get texts during this meeting about housing insecurity and food insecurity from our students. And I think about the idea that we have an opportunity in this neighborhood, not in the neighborhood that I grew up in, which is the East Richmond Heights, in this neighborhood where the park is going to be built to serve these scholars beyond the program that I run, but throughout their lives as young people, to have a safe place to play, to connect, where their grandparents, where their parents can be. I think about the interconnectedness of what this community park will create. And I think about this going beyond this summer and beyond your time on the council and probably our lifetimes. We have an opportunity to make an impact for the young people today and for their grandchildren. And I really appreciate the time that you've taken to listen to all the details, all the ways you've tried to advocate, because they are sincere and they are grounded in forward thinking So thank you so much for considering, and I really urge you to vote to allocate the funds necessary to complete this fantastic park that our kids deserve. Thank you.
See, Bruce Yamamoto.
Mayor Martinez and members of the council, my name is Bruce Yamamoto, and I want to really urge the city council to help Poco Park complete Harbor Hall and Harbor 8 Park and help us finish what we started. Excuse me. So after years of community outreach and feedback, countless hours of design and mock-ups and training, and very thoughtful on-site work, Pogo's right at the finish line of completing these incredible city-owned assets. This has truly been a labor of love, and it's all for the benefit of the city and for the community. And I just want to point out a couple things. So as Kia mentioned, these are monuments that the community really deserves, and that will be enjoyed for generations to come. Pogo worked with the community to design every element of the park and Harbor Hall. We've raised private donations to acquire Harbor 8 Park, and then we donated it to the city. We've raised $22 million in grant funding so far for these city-owned assets. And then we also, as part of that, we raised $10 million to build the community's first, or the Contra Costa County's first community resource resilience center for emergency preparedness and response. So out of all these thousands hours of love and hundreds of thousands of dollars that came straight from our operating budgets, the city will get all of this for a total of $3 million. By comparison, renovating the city library, it's $34 million. So this is a tenth of that for a brand new park and building. So thank you for your time, and I sincerely hope you would help us support us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Antoine Clord.
Antoine Clord, longtime Richmond resident. We take you back in time. P7, if y'all don't know what P7 is, P7 was a terror in our days. It spilled a lot of blood and cost a lot of lives. When Trudy came to Richmond, I didn't believe in her. I don't lie, I keep it 100. But the work that woman put in at that park on 7th Street changed lives. It wasn't about the money, it was the impact of the underserved community that you touched, my sister, that make me stand up here and keep it real with y'all. Y'all need to give her that money and let her do what she been doing and give our kids purpose again. If y'all remember, I don't know how long y'all, some of y'all just got here. I don't even know you, I ain't even seen you. But that part, that greenway was a train track that didn't no trains come on. It was dust, dirt, and garbage. And they transformed that greenway. And they put people like that man right there, I know him for real, for real, for real. Put his son there for real, for real, for real, that's following his daddy. In order to want to be a man, you got to see one. You got to see one working. Not that hanging on the block, but one putting in work. And it touches me when I see him with his son in here working for Tootie, putting it down. See, that's how you judge a person by the work they do, is the lives that they touch. You can put all the money into something, but if you ain't touching no lives, you ain't doing nothing. You getting paid and the people getting played. But see, with Tootie, I'm telling you, I'm spending from my heart. I love you. I love the work that you're doing. And I'm telling y'all, as I, I always got hooks for y'all. Don't sneeze, don't cough, just break that off.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
And those 2 speakers are Emily Ross and Linda Whitmore. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. I wholeheartedly believe that Richmond should invest in community resilience and emergency preparedness. And the Harbor 8 project is an example of that. So I thank Pogo Park for their work on sort of bringing that concept to life. And the Greenway is just such a treasure. So any spaces with public access on the Greenway are very near and dear to me. I live really near Harbor 8 Park, so would be a beneficiary if and when this project is completed and becomes a community resource. That said, I also care about the city making strategic, equitable, and planful budgetary decisions. I've witnessed capital improvement projects in the queue be deprioritized, sometimes due to like urgent needs, and it totally makes sense, but sometimes sort of haphazardly. So I don't love the idea of funding for this project jumping the queue, no matter how sort of beautiful this project is, especially if it would deprioritize investment in city-owned infrastructure. And I'm actually not sure how Harbor 8 fits in here because I'm seeing it it seems to be implied that it's city-owned, but like Harbor 8's doing the or Pogo Park's doing the operation. So yeah, maybe they share ownership of the land. The item doesn't explain the nature of the relationship between the city and Pogo Park. The item names a need for an MOU, but in the absence of the MOU, I'm inclined to discourage a yes vote at this time. If it's a city-owned facility, I'd support the city taking on financial responsibility, but would love to hear from staff about how it fits with other priorities. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Whitmore. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Linda Whitmore, and I live in the Santa Fe area, Santa Fe neighborhood, and I'm a longtime resident of the city of Richmond. I moved here in 1990, so over 35 years I've lived here. Around 20 years ago, our community center, the MOK Community Center, was torn down because of a fire. So that's been 20 plus years that our children here in the Santa Fe neighborhood, in the Coronado neighborhood, have not had a community center where they can go and they can play and they can be involved. We have a soccer field here. We have basketball, but we don't have a community center in our neighborhood. We desperately need one, and the Harbor 8 project will fulfill that need in our community. So I would strongly suggest that you support this with a $3 million investment. This investment is way overdue for the neighborhood, and it's something that our children need in our community. Santa Fe, for example, Santa Fe neighborhood, we don't have a place to hold our meetings. We used to go to the MLK Center. It's torn down. We don't have that anymore. This Harbor 8 project would be a investment, a worthwhile investment in our community. So I suggest that you please support and provide the $3 million to finish the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. It's now time to have council ask questions, make comments. Anyone? Let me get my timer together here, so go ahead.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Tudi. Thank you, Pogo Park team. Excellent project. It's magnificent. As somebody who has been advocating for public safety and emergency preparedness, I think having the first resiliency center of the county in the city of Richmond is awesome, and your community has a good taste. Congratulations. It looks magnificent. My question for you is, as I told you before, it's an excellent place for hosting a mayor's conference meeting. Is there parking around it to accommodate that?
It's funny that everyone complains about.
Judy, you want to put your microphone on?
The parking. There's a lot of parking on Ohio. There's a lot of parking on 8th Street. I mean, that we've never had problems now with parking. So we're confident. And also the thing is on the Richmond Green where there's so many people who are walking or biking to places, don't need a car.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for everything you've done.
Councilmember Robinson?
So I appreciate this project. I know the work on the Greenway myself, been out there for the last 20 years as well, doing work. I think that the thing that's really difficult for me to square is, I'm a lifetime Iron Triangle and South Side resident, 51 years. I grew up on the Greenway before it was the Greenway, walking. That was the shortcut between my house on 5th Street in Nevin and my grandmother's house, which was on South 13th. I spent a lot of time at the MLK Center. My brother spent a lot of time at the MLK Center with midnight basketball. My mom taught preschool there, worked at the Head Start program, taught handicapped, disabled fitness classes. Deep, deep, deep relationships with that center. And yeah, it's been, 20 years? Has it really been 20 years since we promised to bring that back? But somehow, every year, we can't find the will to do it. But we can find the will for everything else. It's just painful. I'm not saying that this isn't a good project. I'm glad that it's a city-owned asset. The Greenway is great. I love the Greenway. We are doing projects that are investing there too. I just think that it's just painful, pathetic that the city can't find the will to fulfill that promise. And I do feel like there's some open items that we need to do. They're kind of listed in the agenda item. That's great. I particularly would like to see the MOU come back to council, and I wanted to see if it was going to come back to council before that's approved. The other thing is that we're at a moment where the budget is really tight, and I'm wondering if we can see a version of the budget with this in it, so we understand what the sacrifice will be. Like, how do we find that $3 million? What is it that we lose? So that we're just clear when we're going into this, what the trade-offs are. And I would like to do that before I say I want to do the trade-off. I'd like to see what it is that we're trading. So that's what I'd like to propose. I know this is good work. I've been there myself. I'm part of many of the projects that help to leverage to bring funds to the city. I just want to make sure that we can afford it in this moment, especially considering all the other, needs. You've heard what people have said about needing all the city staff to take care of all the stuff that we have. Make sure that we can afford it. Make sure the MOU meets our needs. And I would like for us to come back with the model before we actually approve the actual allocation. And that would be just in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you so much for the work. Pogopar, I have been doing, going there and all the community participation and also all the other organizations who have been working in the Greenway to make it what it is right now. And it's amazing to see that. For sure it's needed. I just wanted to clarify because there were some questions around who owns the properties. So is that said, because I know Pogopar, but there is some properties that are, they were city-owned, but Pogopar bought some other properties around it. So are we going to get the deeds of the other properties? How is that? Because, yeah.
Great. So years ago that we knew that the properties that were next to the Greenway were critical. So we went out and actually got private funding and to buy those properties. Then we raised the money to get the money to the city through grants for the city to buy the land back at the same price that we bought it for. So we basically took the risk to buy the land, hold it in trust, raise the money to give the money to the city to buy it back to expand the parkland. So all the parkland, that is city-owned property now. We were also so thrilled that after years of work, we actually got land that Pogopar owned, $160,000 plot of land right next to the Greenway. And what we found out is it was the only place. We found out we had to have a retention area built to clean all the stormwater from the Harbor 8 Park. The only place that it could go was on the land that we own. So we actually donated that land back to the city, donated from us. So just want to say that everything that we've been doing, we've been really trying to make this public space, this public park that is going to be thinking ahead for the next 100 years. So we don't own land now that we have. Our board member has bought one section of land that they own that we want to keep in private hands. We're trying to buy that back next to it. But all the land that is Harbor 8 Park now is all city-owned, totally city-owned land.
Oh, this is terrific. Thank you. So my other question is around the MOU, and I think you also have kind of manage or with the city another park that is public. One of the critiques that I heard, and this is what the MOU will be great, is that sometimes some other organization wants to use the other park and it's locked. And they don't know how to use it. So there is kind of these comments. I'm just wondering that so we can have an MOU, revise the MOU so is going to be a use that not only Pogo Park had access because it's public, but also other organizations who want to do programming there. How are you envision that?
Hey, so these questions are good. I'm so glad that we have a chance to clarify. All the parks are open. It's public park. So our first park, it's never locked. It's open and it follows the rules of the city. It's a public park. It's open during the day. It's closed at night. Harbor 8 Park has some fences around. We're in construction. So the greenway is open. Once Harbor 8 is open, it's going to be following the same rules as the city. It's open during the day, and the park is closed at night.
Okay, so it will be this is my last question. I just want to clarify. So the city will have the rules, and it will have an agreement with you to do. What will be the agreement that you are what will be the details of the agreement with Pogo Park?
So we're working this out with the city. What we're doing right now is really unprecedented, is having this shared space. So we welcome having these conversations. I think the motion tonight is to approve this pending the MOU, pending some of the questions that the staff has. So we welcome working with city council, city staff on this MOU.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you so much. Judy, you might as well stay up there, or you can have a seat on this side if you like. I think we're all gonna have questions for you.
Sure.
And Judy, you were very modest. The first picture, and again, I had an opportunity to go check out what you've done so far, and it's just so amazing. Can you tell us some of the pieces that were on the first picture? KCRT, I'm not sure if you're able to bring up, I believe it was the first picture, this one here. Can you tell us what all we're seeing for the individuals at home and also some of the council members that maybe might have not had a chance to see it yet?
Okay, great.
So on the left-hand side there, what is that little green corner there that looks like a soccer field?
Right, so this is the mini playfield that is in existence now. And it's just, well, we call it the playfield, but it can be used for any kind of, for dance, for soccer, for play, for children's play. And what's good is has some professional night lighting that is going to be able to light the field at night as well. And that's all built and ready to go. The center of Harbor 8 Park is really around just children's play area. So we're going to be having the the children's play area is going to be done in 2 phases. The first phase is going to be this hill with all these logs and climbing structures that the pogo team is making now. And then in phase 2 that we're going to be doing
Excuse me?
something.
Vice Mayor Cepeda's question was a broad question. We need to stay on the topic.
Absolutely.
I'll throw some lines in there. So for example, I know we're in an earthquake fault line, but you're about to create a volcano, right? So there's a volcano that you're putting in there for through the zip line.
Zip line. So there's going to be a 100-foot zip line. There's going to be picnic areas that people can reserve. And then the highlight is that it's going to have a public restroom with 3 public bathrooms. And then it's going to have the 3,500 square foot community center.
Thank you. And a question on the community center. So anyone can rent it at any time for any
This
events?
is what we're trying to figure out with
the
MOU. Like the dream would be, we have neighborhood prices for if someone wants to have their quinceañera there. Then it's also free for different groups that are coming in. You know, we're very close with East Bay Center. This would be like a satellite for their performing arts. So the goal is, with some of the revenue that is coming in, all the revenue just goes back to pay for the maintenance and the upkeep of the park. So it's a continuous circle.
Thank you. And then tell us about the kitchen.
So the kitchen, there's a warming kitchen there right now. We raised money from the CRC grant to build a commercial kitchen. That kitchen is totally funded. So that hasn't happened yet. That is going to be the next phase.
Perfect. And then tell us about the trees.
So the trees, I mean, what we've been trying to do is think of a park that is going to be here for the next 100 years, that is going to be a landmark for Richmond. So we have taken some extra care to really get some of the best specimens of oak trees. And if people have gone by lately, that they would have seen when we planted these maybe 8-9 years ago, that they were as tall as I was, and in 15-gallon pots, and now they're just, you know, they're 30 feet tall. So I think that the park is going to be defined by the trees.
Nick, and you had mentioned something about those trees being very similar or maybe the same type as what Steve Jobs had put in.
Right. Steve Jobs had hired some people to look at what trees were going to survive in climate change in California. So we hired somebody to go around the world and get different acorns from different trees that did well in climates that are going to be like California in 50 years. And the acorns were all flown into UC Davis, and where they were grown in a lab and planted 6,000 trees at the Apple campus. We got 21 of them. So these are spectacular trees for Richmond.
So these will be for our kids.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chudy. And then I just want to also say for the MLK Center, I'm 100% committed for it. Right? That is why I had brought up the bond last year, but unfortunately did not pass. But hopefully in the future we can put some money behind it, and then we can have 2 great centers nearby because the community needs it. They need more and more parks. They need more centers that they can go and create community in. So I'm 1,000% behind the MLK Center and this project as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
Sorry, come back, please. We weren't kidding. If you want to sit, you can sit. I feel a little bad making you stand for this, but so it's a very impressive project, and beautiful slides, and I appreciate the work that the whole community's done on this, and the resources that you're bringing to Richmond. But one of the questions I have to ask is, as such effective fundraisers that have raised so much money from private sources from this park, why can't you just go out and get that last $3 million from the sort of funders that have been already supporting the park previously?
Very fair question. So this is what we're getting is, listen, some of the funders are saying, listen, you've been raising all the money from philanthropy and from donors. Where is the city? So we have 6 million left that we figure with the 3 million is going to really help us leverage. Some of these funders are looking at where is the city in all this?
Okay, so it's a specific, so you feel you've hit a wall in terms of what you can raise without the city putting in some portion of it?
Yeah, I mean, that it would definitely leverage, and we have some funders who are actually waiting on this vote to take a look at what's happening, because they're saying, hey, that there's, the city is funding extra funding for Borman Park, and we have Shields Reed Park, and we have all this. Why isn't Harbor 8, why is it all on us? So part of that, like, that's just real talk from philanthropy.
Well, I appreciate your candor. And then another question I have is, so I was relieved to hear that I was under the impression, I only sort of, recently became familiar with the park, and I was under the impression that it was owned by the nonprofit. But if I'm understanding it correctly, all of the land under the park is currently city-owned. Am I getting that right?
All city-owned, and once again, it's Pogo Park raise the money to get the money to the city for the city to own. That also is the same at our first park, Elm, that we bought for $55,000. The house next to Elm Play Lot raised the money from a big state park grant to give to the city to pay it back, and then so the city would own it and transform it to an office. So that's how we have been working, is just continuing to invest in improving the assets of the city.
Yeah. So, I appreciate that. And so, I think to echo something that Councilmember Robinson said is that I'm assuming the process would be, if we go forward with this, that so you gave some draft language for an MOU, which is helpful. But my understanding is the city has not put its own sort of language into it. And am I understanding the process correctly, is that if this moves forward, the MOU would come back to the city council for approval? Okay, so that's important, because I hate to say the devil's in the details, because that sounds so negative, but that, for instance, and we don't have to do it tonight, but I have lots of questions in terms of the staffing, like, if I understand it correctly, the model that you're suggesting is that the city leases the land back to the organization for a nominal, like $1 a year type of thing, not a 50-year lease. I know people get a little tense when we hear dollar leases, but with a reasonable limit. And then the nonprofit organization would raise money to pay the staff, to pay its own staff to manage. Is that your vision for this?
Yeah, so it's the same way that we've been working at Elm Play Lot. Our first park is that it's a city-owned park, and that we're raising funds, including that we've been getting grants from the city of Richmond, from the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth for programs. So yes, we staff the park Monday through Friday, all day long. That our first shift starts at 7, and when we're there till 5 or 6.
And did you say, sorry, I sort of missed it, but did you say it's the Richmond's Children and Youth money is what you're using to pay the staff that?
Well, part of it.
Part of it, okay, just a small part.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you have other donors as well. And so, just where I'm leaning is I'm very interested in figuring out if we can support this, but I also share with Councilmember Robinson the stark realization that we're at the point in budget season right now where we're not going to find $3 million under the couch cushions. And so for us to support this means that there will be trade-offs. Like, there will be things that are in the current budget that was presented today that we are no longer going to be able to afford, which is a possibility. And so rather than saying tonight, I'm ready to put the $3 million in, I actually want to support the idea that I think is, again, Councilmember Robinson's, which I think is a nice way to handle it, is I would like to see a version of the budget next week that contain, or maybe sooner, I don't know what's allowed, what can be shared with us over email. I have no idea how this works. But I would like to see that version of the budget with highlighting which things we're going to trade away for this. Just again, because it's a significant amount of money, and it, so, but I'm feeling generally supportive about this, but not ready to sign off on this without seeing what the trade-offs are.
Okay, thank you. Uh, Any other speakers? If not, oh, um, uh, Councilmember Brown, go ahead.
Thank you for seeing me. I've listened to Tootie say 5 times that this is a city-owned park. And if I hear it one more time, I don't know like how much she has to convince us of that. It's really disheartening to hear this project being compared to MLK. I'm a proponent for MLK. That was one of my very first jobs through YouthWorks as a youth leader at MLK. So I'm in full support of bringing it back. I think that merging it into this conversation is taking away from the essence of what Harbor 8 is going to bring to our community. There's no doubt in my mind that if this $3 million is not allocated, Ms. Tootie is not going to get the job done. I know you're going to get the job done, but how are we continuing to force you to go out and seek funding from all of these other sources who are throwing money at you almost because they know the power that you have in our communities? As a 4th generation Iron Triangle resident, grew up there all of my life. Pogo Park is a place that I feel safe in versus 4th Street Park, where everything is happening. You all have done the heavy lifting. We will be inheriting a $28 million project for $3 million. And that's not even what you need. You need 6. Where do we come in at as a city, as a support system, as someone who has raised over $100 million to pour into our neighborhoods? Where is your support? And I'm feeling so disheartened because I've seen firsthand the community members that you hire. I've seen firsthand when I take my kids to school, Pogo Park landscaping crew is on the job. Anywhere in the Iron Triangle you can drive, it's gonna look crazy. But you just take a stroll on down to 8th Street. You're gonna be in an entirely different area because you can see that there's love being poured into that area. And I want you to continue to pour more love into our areas, because anytime you can bring over $100 million into our community without any support of the council, it's self-evident. You don't have to explain much. And it seems to me that when there's something that someone doesn't like, we tend to find every reason to avoid it or to oppose it. And we're talking about money and how that would look. But I'm looking at our next agenda item that's trying to allocate $1.5 million to conduct research that already exists. So when we talk about approving and allocating $3 million, we've set the contingency plan in place because of all of the concerns. All of the concerns that were voiced today is included in the recommended actions. And it also includes that if the conditions go unmet, that the funds will be reallocated pending the council's discretion. And I just want to this is my last point. When we're talking about the MOU, our Public Works Director, Daniel Chavarria, I hope I said his name correct, Chavarria. Thank you. He stated that staff and consultants have been working with Pogo Park to validate the request of $3 million, and we are in agreement. I don't understand what's the disconnect between the council and the staff, but the staff is in agreement of this. How do you score at one of the highest on our CIP scoring system that we requested be created so we can make sure that these projects are equitable? But now once the equity is at the forefront, we want to renege. That's not how it goes. So I'm gonna cool on down and I'm gonna leave it there because we know where we should be putting this money and we know we should be backing Miss Tootie.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Quirrell, can you confirm for me, because I'm looking at the budget, I know we just saw this item earlier, but on the budget, page 15, we have Harbor 8 Park Extension for 2.9 million or 3 million when you add up all the different years. Is that for this? Because I know it's in the CIP. Is that for this?
My understanding is that if the council wants to move forward with the proposal this evening, one of the options that staff would present to the council for consideration is there's 3 HVAC items that are in the budget for 3 other facilities, and that would be how it would be funded. So
The line item?
I respectfully, I don't have my budget item open at this time. Staff who are all working on the budget, have disappeared next door and are working on answering your earlier questions. But if the council is going to have a lot of questions on this item, I can ask them to come back. Since we're not here on Thursday, we basically have tomorrow to finish. But that would be how it could be funded.
Could you say that again? It would be what?
I said, if the council wants to authorize this item to move forward, one of the options for funding would be to remove from the 5-year CIP 3 HVAC systems because we're currently in the process of completing a community facilities needs assessment. And that community facilities needs assessment is not yet completed. And the thought is that some of these facilities, before you can put an HVAC on top of the roof, they might need a new roof. So we don't have enough information yet to say definitively what the facilities may need. So in the staff report that will come back to the council on the 24th, that staff are currently working on right now, that could be one of the options that's considered for funding if the council wanted to move this forward.
Perfect. Thank you. No more
You're welcome.
questions.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for the clarification. And I think for me is that we appreciate all the work. It's fantastic. I 100% supporting. And I think these things about just kind of like trying to fight with city council because they bring their frustration about other facilities that actually has been serving a lot of the Black community here. I don't think like is thing for us to just say that we are not agreeing with what Pogo Park and this project is doing. So I just feel like, and especially Council Brown, that just said like she gets a little frustrated by the comments of particularly Councilmember Robinson, but I don't see like that. I think like both of
Mayor,
us
can that be
has,
corrected? Because I don't want her to. That's an implication. That's
okay.
so not true.
Well, but
It's untrue.
I heard you saying that bringing Martin Luther King Park here with these
That's something that's going to take how long?
Yeah,
Over 10 years possibly, and we need 40 million.
Okay, can I stop?
Okay.
Can I
Keep
talk?
it
So
cute.
I just feel like these comments doesn't allow us to really put the whole city and the whole thing together, because it's not a competing thing. It's just like we want these projects, and the idea that we bring these projects here is to make sure that there is a commitment to move that. And I appreciate Councilmember Cepeda asking for the budget. Where is that money is coming from? The same thing when we are going to be discussing the next item that we are going to discuss after that is like, and also Mayor Martinez said, like, there are so many projects that are coming that we wish to put, like we have been putting, and it needs money. So I think like more than just kind of like having these comments that doesn't allow us to just move towards this support to a great project like the one that we are discussing here, and the great project that we need to fund, like Martin Luther King Center, right? It's not fight. It's not one on another. It's both. And we don't need to just kind of like be having these discussions about just kind of like trying to pick up pieces here. So I think like I will appreciate the bringing where the money is coming from, so we can see how we move this great project forward. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further comment, it's time to make a motion.
I make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bono,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Ready for the next item?
Next item.
Our next item is item Y2, direct the city staff to work with the city council to allocate approximately $1.5 million for the development of a State of Black Richmond report, and to support the implementation of a Black resiliency project and fund from the fiscal year 25-26 general fund budget to address inequities and disproportionate impacts experienced by residents of African descent. We do have in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. We'll go forward with the, if any of the council members that brought this agenda forward want to.
So I want to start off by saying that, again, I'm a third-generation Richmond resident, grew up in the Iron Triangle, live in the South Side, still to this day in my great-aunt's house. Over the last 51 years of my life, what I've seen is an explicit lack of investment in the Black community in Richmond. Explicit. MLK Park, MLK Community Center is a prime example, but not the only example. When everybody was losing their houses, being pushed out, there was no money to help them save those family houses. There was not an interest and an effort to figure out how you could help people stay in those homes. When the schools went down, there was no effort from the city or any other to address the issues that were happening in the schools. When we had extreme amounts of violence facing the community, there was not a concerted effort to address the issue. Today, when we face a homeless population, an intense unhoused situation in this city,
And we know from the study that was just done that of the homeless population, 57% are African American. And most of them are from Richmond, when we're only 18% of the population. But do we focus the resources that we get to address the unhoused so that we are making sure that they serve that 57%? I can tell you the answer is no. So I put together this item so that we can have a moment, spend some time, and actually collect together the current stats. Where do we stand today? From existing sources, not just doing new research, because there is a lot of sources out there, like the most recent homeless strategic plan. Pull together those stats, put them in one place, and create a focused plan to address the disproportionate negative impacts on the Black community, and then focus a fund of $1 million that can go towards addressing those disproportionate impacts through both RFPs that the city could issue for themselves or through a grant program that supports community organizations that come here to this city council and say they are doing work in the community. They have a good program. You know, from the Steelers to other small organizations, they say they're working with people, they know how to work with people, and they don't know how to get the funds, they don't know how to access the funds, and they're not getting funded. So this fund would be for them and the programs that they are running who are actually reaching the kids we need to reach and are making it so that's possible. A part of that fund would also be creating a cohort out of those organizations so that they can actually meet and work together and build together, answer each other's questions, and working with philanthropy, which I have some connections with, to offer them capacity building services so those organizations actually become stronger organizations by building their own financial infrastructure, their fundraising infrastructure, and other things. That is what this is about. We have a clear issue where people, Black people in particular, in Richmond and in other places across the nation, but I'm focusing on Richmond, are disproportionately negatively impacted across the board, from education, graduation rates, experiencing violence, being shot, having high levels of diabetes, dying from diabetes, having high levels of blood pressure, dying from blood pressure, not owning homes, losing homes, being unhoused, across the board. And when you have a problem that's hitting a population, multitude of problems that hitting a population in this way, you focus your efforts. Just like in an emergency room, you might have a whole bunch of people who come in, but who do you take first? The folks that are having the most problem, the gunshot victims, the person that's having a heart attack, the people that are having the most acute problems. It's not that you don't serve anybody else, it's that you focus on where the problem is worst and you make sure you save that life. This is what this program, this is what this project will do. It focuses on the people in our community that we all know for decades have been experiencing this worst and most and compounded, and you make it better. This is what the project is, if anybody has any questions.
I wanted to, as a co-sponsor, I am really proud to be co-sponsor, and thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for really working on this. I think we supported the immigrant community and particularly the undocumented community with a fund. And I think that this is how we show solidarity also to other communities, and particularly the Black community who had been left out from investment for a long time. And I'm glad that you explained what this is about, because this is not about to just spend $1.5 million in collecting data that we already know. This is not about that. Actually, yes, we know and it's clear, but sometimes we need the work of putting it together and actually that data-driven driving the interventions that are needed, and with and also connecting with the people close to this investment to really tell what these investments are needed. So I'm glad that we are discussing this. I'm glad that we are also discussing that we need to get out the $1 million from undocumented to support that. And this is what we are showing our community, not just by saying that we support it, but actually putting money. And I think when we said that the budget represents our values, that is about representing our values, putting money towards the communities most impacted. So thank you.
And I just wanted to add one thing that I forgot, and that is that the project also includes creating a community advisory fund, a committee, council to help govern the funds and be a place where people can report back on the outcomes of the allocation of the funds. So the request today is to include this in the next version of the budget and let staff guide where the funds could come from. If there's other more creative ways than I know of to make this a reality.
I have two people who have raised their hands to speak, Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Bonner, but I'd like to have public comment first. Do we have public comment?
Yes. We have 4 speakers. Speakers are Keisha Gallen, Antoine Claude, Mark Wasberg, and Don Gosney. Keisha Gallen? Okay. Antoine Claude? Press the button. Microphone on. Press the button.
Okay. I really need y'all to look at me. I changed my life in 2004. I smoked dope for 35 years in this town. I was the problem. I'm the solution now because I know what my people suffered from. I've been here all my life. I survived Richmond, California. And when you say that, that's a statement. I survived the crack epidemic. I survived the fascist war. Y'all remember about the fascist war we had here? Well, we had the highest murder rate in Richmond. I worked under 3 police chiefs under rapid response. Soulful Softball Sunday. I founded my own organization called Rich Minds that went into the schools to work with our problem kids. I founded Men and Women of Purpose. It's time for the people that you talking about serving to meet people where they're at. And that's not been our problem. Our problem is everybody come assess Richmond, but don't nobody address Richmond. They don't address our people. They get paid. They get paid and we get played. This is not the first time y'all done did this. This has been done about 4 times. And the people never benefited from it. We suffered from it. That's how Martin Luther King Team Center got tore down, because of that evaluation of our anger, our violence, and they took that away from us. They took downtown Richmond from us and put a mall up there. Y'all got to understand, it didn't just happen. Plymouth Rock fell on Richmond when they started moving stuff from here and taking it somewhere else and benefiting from it. But this time, if y'all really want somebody, I got an organization and a collaboration with the community that's doing the work already, because a lot of them I mentored already, that's doing the work. And we want to make that commission because it has to be a coalition of like-minded people to do it. If you ain't got that, you're going to train wreck, because there have to be the same coalition that sits at the table, that govern the money, that do the work. And then anybody else want to come in, they got to go to that committee and get the green light, because we just can't mess with everybody, because you get people greedy for money and they don't want to do the work, because that's what always been here. They cut and paste, get paid, and don't do no work. We want
Your
people
time
that's
has
gonna serve the
expired.
people. Thank you very much.
Mark Wasberg.
The black community did it to themselves. You blame them. Them the one that was killing each other. You got 372 homicides. Blacks killing blacks. I just filmed a homicide down in North Richmond last week. Bird's eye view at it. Got it on my Facebook. If you want to go to my Facebook, check it out. You blame the people for causing the violence. This is why Richmond's dangerous, because of the black population. I know I was there in 2004 when all this stuff was coming down. They're doing it to themselves. They're causing their own problems. And you try to, and I looked at this here, and you want to make Richmond a black state? You want to kick the whites and Latinos and Asians out and make Richmond all black? You'll have about 30 times homicides you have now. That's what I was there. I filmed this stuff. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. I said, you ain't going to solve the problem. The black population is almost through. This is why you got 18%, because they end up killing each other out. Because this is why you have the low homicide rate. It's not because of this stupid diabetes crap. Because most of the violence was inside the Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and South Side. I said, Nevins Park, you had a death shrine on every street corner. That's when all the thugs were hanging out. I went a ride along. I seen the homicides. I filmed the homicides. I made a documentary. Go on my Facebook. You'll see it. You don't want to talk about that. And you claim you're African American. You don't look black to me. You got white blood in you, lady. Look at you. Look at the color. You look around this room. You can tell me that you're black as these people? Ain't no way. You got a white man is in there somewhere.
Don Gosling.
How, sister? We know what. You ain't got no sense. You want to get back up there? Yeah, that's why they call you an idiot. You know, people call you an idiot.
God, wait.
Sorry, you know what? I was hearing from you, the council members, doesn't seem to approach. I'm sorry.
Sit your ass down. You talking that stupid shit to the people, but you don't make no sense, dude. People call you an idiot.
Bro, you right.
Remember that, Antoine? You came to the city council. I'm no idiot. Yeah, but I made history. You still making an idiot here. And you try to stop your black people from killing each other. You're a joke.
Next time he acts out, can you please escort him out?
One more time. So what I heard from the council here tonight doesn't seem to approach what I'm reading in the agenda packet. That concerns me a little bit, because I thought we were actually discussing and voting on what we were reading in the agenda packet. You know, are you really proposing that the taxpayers of Richmond spend $1.5 million for a study to tell us something we already know? Has a percentage of Richmond residents that used to be African Americans dwindled? Of course it has. Are African Americans disproportionately of a lower income than the rest of Richmond? Pretty much. Are African Americans in our schools suspended at a more frequent rate than others? Yep. Are African Americans arrested, prosecuted, and jailed at a higher rate than others? That's another fact. Do African Americans have a more successful life on the horizon? Also, another no-brainer. Okay, I've summarized what we most likely will learn from this survey. So where do I pick up my $1.5 million check? Okay, are you going to ask why these things look so bleak for African Americans here in Richmond? Are you going to ask about the root cause of these problems that African Americans face on a daily basis? Before you ask some of those tough questions, try to recall that classic courtroom scene from the movie A Few Good Men, where Jack Nicholson angrily blurts out, "You can't handle the truth." Do you really want to know why so many of us already know about our beloved city and why the demographics have changed so much? Several of you on the council haven't been in Richmond long enough to have even seen what the rest of us have seen. Some of you aren't old enough to have seen what we've seen. And some of you wear blinders so you don't see the realities that we've seen. The question here, though, is why are we going to authorize tonight $1.5 million expenditure to tell us what we already know? And what are your plans when you get the results of this survey? Next week, are we going to see a proposal for another survey to ask whether the sun really comes up every day? Go out into the Richmond that we see and talk to people outside of your comfort zone, and you'll learn a lot more about things in here than you will with this study.
Our last in-person speaker is Jamie Purcell.
The real city of Richmond was really was started from the black community. After World War II, when the jobs dried up, the black community stayed. They didn't go and fly to the east and move over into the white flight towns. They didn't move. They stayed and they built a community that was celebrated across the country for having its own Main Street, having its own businesses at a time when it was very difficult to do so. Now, just within the last 10, 20 years, we've been seeing a dramatic drop in Black-owned and occupied houses here in the Bay Area. And we have to ask ourselves why. What is it that we are not providing? I think one of the things that we have a problem with here in Richmond is that we don't want to put the lens on the Black community because we don't want to know what is it that we have not been doing? What is it that has not been addressed? And I don't think it's knowing that a community needs help to find out why is it leaving a place where it raised kids and grandkids and great-grandkids. I don't think that's saying something negative about the community. It's about saying something about the values of the community and what it's not doing to support the Black community here. And that's what I think the goal is of this resiliency fund. It's to give tools. It's to give a path forward for the city to be able to help and engage its longstanding community members, to be able to make sure that they know that they are part of the community no matter where they're from, and not to be talking about the color of somebody's skin, but to talk about the background that they come from, which is the most important, and address the ways that they've been marginalized throughout history.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We currently have 7 speakers.
And those 7 speakers are Zelon Harrison, Linda Whitmore, Jovanka Belkos, BK Williams, Michelle Milan, and Lori Hart. Zelon, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think that everything that the councilman shared is reason why we need to currently do this project, invest in it, and offer the resources to the community. There are points of views of our community, how people view us, but we have our way of, if we had agency, which is access to resources, we could do a lot more and a lot of things as educating our own children, as giving ourselves and providing our own community with our own resources. This is only a token from what this city owes the people, because our people have invested and built into this city. So doing things like this event and this project will help us just have more agency for our generations going forward. It is a long road and we do have a difficult past, but at the end of the day, we have great futures and great things to do ahead. And I feel that this council needs to make sure that you understand that Black people make up the fabric of this community. However our past may be, our future is in this fabric of this community and in this city. So you excluding us are saying that we don't have an opportunity to get it right or get our resources too, ain't right. That's not right, and that's not gonna happen in peace. We deserve to have our resources just like everybody else in this community, and we demand that we have an opportunity to have agency for our community to grow and thrive also in the city of Richmond. I'm complete.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Whitmore. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Once again, this is Linda Whitmore, and longtime member of the City of Richmond. And I want to thank Mayor Martinez and City Council members for allowing me to speak. I have to say that our council member, Robinson, covered it completely. There are a lot of points that I was going to mention that she really mentioned as to why this council should support the 1.5 million that's requested for development of a State of Black Richmond report and a Black resiliency project and fund. Some of the questions that I had was answered. One was about an advisory board, and it was stated by Councilmember Robinson there will be an advisory board for this project. Another one was about the funds. The funds are not just for a consultant, but also to actually go back into the community to try to do things that are needed. I have to say, Jamin Purcell did a great job explaining about the Black migration to Richmond and what happened with Richmond for the migration out of Richmond. I'm encouraged that this project centers the lived experiences of our Black community and seeks to establish Richmond-specific data and actionable recommendations. I think this is very important. We created a couple years ago, or maybe last year, a safety advisory committee to work on problems in the city of Richmond, and it was that safety advisory commission that came up with ideas to help the city decide how to do things to make the city more productive and more livable. And the same can happen with this one. So please support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Javanka Beckles. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Council. Mayor, thank you for, Councilmember Robinson, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I feel like there's been some incredible speakers tonight. Linda Whitmore, Jamin Purcell. Thank you, Councilmember Claudia Jimenez for just being an ally for our community. And I just ask that the rest of the council for your support in this, because you know there's a saying, you know, it's pretty rough, but the saying goes, you know, if you believe in something, then you know you put your money where your mouth is. And I feel like this is an opportunity for us as a city to put our money where our mouth is. And this project, I believe, is an opportunity to do that. It's an opportunity for us to reinvest in our community. And I believe that, you know, if people weren't struggling and trying hard just to exist right now, I really believe they would be at this meeting voicing their support. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be a voice, and I ask that you all as council members be a voice in supporting this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is BK Williams. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, and thank you so much. Hello, Mayor Eduardo and members of the City Council. My name is BK, and I am still a member of the RPA, and I'm still hanging in with this meeting. Thank you for bringing this topic. I was just listening to a few of the residents of Richmond, and I think that's probably why you need to do this study. There's a lot of anti-Blackness, a lot of racism, a lot of you know, a lot of things that are happening simultaneously. And I think the best way I would describe it is right now, while the immigrant community is being targeted, wouldn't it be nice to have figured this out years ago and to know exactly what to do and to have a structure in place right now that could address what they're going through? I think the, Councilmember Robinson's plan at looking at what the problems are that are facing the community, what's causing the negative impact, is kind of a way of saying that we're looking into the future, we're investing in the future for this particular community, and we want to be prepared. We want to know what's happening, why the population is dropping. I grew up in San Francisco. I've lived here for 37 years. San Francisco's population has diminished significantly. It's always been low, but it continues to drop. I attended UC Berkeley, same thing. There were about 300 Black students when I attended that university. I think now it's up to maybe 5%. But something is happening that's keeping us from being able to achieve what we need in this universe that we live in. And I think a study like this is perfectly acceptable, is a perfectly good way to look at causes and to offer some solutions. So I support it. I hope the council also supports it. And I look forward to the actions that you'll take. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John. John, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Greetings, can you hear me?
Yes.
I will keep this short. I only got 2 minutes. This is for the Mark Washburgs and adjacent Washburg people. There's a saying that goes, if you don't understand white supremacy, everything you think you know will only confuse you. So ask yourselves, how many of you have read any books by and about Black people? Think about it. The world is 9/10 people of color. If you go home and you have a library, and your library is 9/10 European authors, you may be part of that confusion issue. What's happening with Black people in Richmond is what's happening to Black people all over this stolen land. Everywhere you go in the known universe, okay, let's just keep it to the earth. Everywhere you go on planet Earth, which is 9/10 people of color, you will still find Europeans in control of every area of people activity. So when we see Black people in Richmond downtrodden, you must understand the systems that's been kicking our asses for the last 500 years. Many people don't know that Black folk owned businesses. I worked for 2 Black owned gas stations in the city of Richmond. There were Black businesses. There are very few at this moment. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Milam. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I think this is an important discussion to have. I heard Roxanne Carrillo talked about equity and how important it is for us to look at equity indexes. But it's important for us to be able to say the word Black. I think especially as we approach Juneteenth. I remember being at a community meeting about a year ago, we were talking about equity and gentrification, and we started talking about what does that mean for the Black community. And someone whispered to me, well, you can't say that. And I looked at them and I said, why? Why can't we say that when we know that when we look at Rosie the Riveter and how the Great Migration affected this community, and the losses that this community sustained because neighborhoods were inequitable from the start. There's a reason why there was a North Richmond. There's a reason why there was a Parkchester. There was a reason why there are all kinds of communities in our city. And some of them were not invested in as equitably as others. And we need to be able to say the word Black. It's not a dirty word. And we need to be able to talk about the Black lived experience. And we also need to be able to invest, and I agree, put our money into direct services. So whatever ends up being the outcome to this, when we look at homelessness, it is well over 50%, and it's been like that for years. We need to figure out a pathway going forward where we can address the inequity. Because if any group was experiencing a high level of inequity, we'd want to figure out the cause. So we should want to figure out the cause for people who are of African descent, and yes, people who are Black. This is something that should not be a dirty word. This should not be something we shy away from. This should be something that a city that considers equity in its forefront needs to embrace. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Lori Hart. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. And to my beautiful African-American Black sister, Councilwoman Robinson, we see you. The beauty that some of you don't realize of being Black is that we come in a multitude of shades and facets. And so as far as us dying off, we made it through the middle passages. So the Wassenbergs do not bother us. They're just fleas, annoying, but there. I think that this is a wonderful ideal. I love the fact that you're going to have an advisory committee. And I'm excited and hopeful that you are going to take the information that you receive and do something with it that is very, very, very positive. The African American community has been overlooked for years and been tucked and put in corners. And I agree with Ms. Milam that it is not a bad word to say Black. It is not a bad word at all. And people should feel comfortable in owning themselves and their Blackness. I am proud to be from Richmond, California. I am proud to be an African American. And I am proud that it is okay in 2025 to talk about the issues that we have and not bury them. Part of the system in America to get rid of the books and to scrub is because we don't want to deal with anything. We don't want to talk about root causes. So with this advisory board, we can talk about root causes and then develop positive pathways to redirect and to course set and allow African Americans to have the same type of outcomes as other races as well. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So public comment is closed, and I have 3 council members who have raised their hands. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first start by saying I am not angry at Councilmember Robinson. So when Councilmember Jimenez stated that it was an awful thing to publicly imply, I am against anyone trying to pit me against a colleague, especially 2 Black women, especially the only 2 Black women up here. I stand on collaboration, not division, and any attempt to pit colleagues against one another is unacceptable. So I wanted to make sure that that was said before I left this building. With that said, I appreciate and affirm the spirit and intention behind this proposal. The disparities impacting Black residents in Richmond are real. So first, I want to raise awareness about the funding set aside for new data collection regarding the state of Black Richmond residents. I strongly believe we don't need it. Dr. Kirby Lynch with Series Policy Research conducted a county-wide study that addresses the list of racial disparities in the report. It is public data, it's robust, and a recent body of work. I believe it should and can be adapted for Richmond instead of duplicating costly studies rather than starting from scratch. The study was commissioned and funded by the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors and backed by a $7.5 million Measure X funding. It engaged over 4,000 Black Contra Costa residents through surveys. They hosted over 16 in-depth listening sessions. They held town halls across East, West, Central Contra Costa, mapped data on income, housing burden, access to care, educational outcomes, and neighborhood concentrations. Their findings led to the groundbreaking work for the creation of a countywide Black Wellness Hub. Secondly, I want to remind the Richmond City Council that you unanimously adopted the Race Equity Action Plan last October, and central to that plan was a commitment to hire a race equity officer to lead equity implementation across departments, evaluate policy impact, and coordinate community engagement. That position remains unfunded. And I see this moment as an opportunity to follow through with that commitment. Finally, I had a few clarifying remarks that I believe the city attorney could ask, because I heard at the beginning about the immigration fund and about Black Fund. And so I want to make sure that this allocation of funding will comply with California state laws, including Prop 209.
So
Our office has looked very generally into this, but to get a more informed response to that, I would have to do more research, so.
Okay.
I mean, in preparation for this item, I did preliminary research, but I didn't do in-depth.
Okay. Because I know some things should not be, or according to that law, shouldn't be like, race specific.
I understand that, but I know that Los Angeles has, I need to pull up my notes here, but there have been other studies commissioned based on specifically on a specific race. So I don't know if you're familiar with Los Angeles as well as, it's late.
So just to offer up, that county study that you're actually referring to is a focus on the Black community.
Yeah.
And it also established a Black Wellness Center and Black wellness funds that were associated with that center. There are many examples across jurisdictions in the state of California where the jurisdiction takes on and focuses on a particular population. I think it's important in the language that you don't exclude, that anybody, could be included in it, but the focus, just like you would have a focus on the unhoused or the focus on immigrants, is that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were operating in compliance of 209. Again, I'm definitely for this project by all means. I just want to make sure that we're not duplicating resources in terms of studies that exist that have already been covered, that already tells us the state of Black residents in Richmond and Contra Costa County overall. Also, what will the public accountability structure look like aside from the oversight committee that's going to be established?
So I'm going to first go back and say it again, that in the body of the item, you will see that it clearly dictates that we wouldn't be starting from scratch, that we wouldn't be duplicating efforts, that we would be gathering together existing research and making sure that we have it all in one place. And if there were any holes that were needed to address Richmond-specific issues, we could do that, but it would be a process of gathering together existing. And if you refer to the body of the item, you will see that that is in the body of the item.
Well, I did refer to the body of the item, and I saw that it was very vague research from articles and so forth and so on. So I was just stating that there's robust research directed at this exact portion of the item that would allocate how much is going towards the research or the report, the Black report.
Yeah. So I was asked by the city manager not to have a specific allocation for the cost of the consultant. Originally, I explicitly stated that $1 million would be going towards the fund and that the other amount would be going towards being able to support the project with staff time, with the supporting the advisory council and the consultant. And she said that it was better not to say the specific amounts for each thing, so there was flexibility in order to do that. And I said that I still want to state that $1 million needs to go towards the fund, and if you look at the item, it does say that.
It does. I'm just trying to understand explicitly when you are mentioning the different reports that has current data, like why would we allocate any funding towards a new report? I think that's more so what I'm trying to ask.
Similarly, when we did the unhoused strategic report, the homeless strategic report, we gathered data that wasn't already gathered that actually told us, and against popular, understanding, that 57% of that population was African American, which was really important to know. And it also told us that many of those people, the majority of those people, grew up in Richmond. If we hadn't actually gathered that whole of data, we wouldn't know that. We would only have general statistics for all of Contra Costa County. And I think that it's important that we know specifically what's happening here in our unhoused community, or that what's happening here with our housing stock or with our kids. And that doesn't mean that we can't pull general stats, but we may need to and may want to, especially if the Community Advisory Council asks for it, fill in gaps in information so that we can better focus the funds that we have, because it isn't endless funds. And we are going to have to be strategic with it in order to make an impact.
Understood. And I just wanted to say that the report that I referenced from Dr. Kirby and Series Policy Research was county-wide, but also Richmond specific as well. So I just want to bring that to your attention, as well as, do you see any of the funds being available to hiring the race equity officer that was passed last October?
I think that's a possibility. I think that what this says is that from gathering together that information, that they would bring that information back to council and the Community Advisory Committee and make recommendations on how best to use the funds that they have, or the resources they have, to actually make an impact in moving the needle on these disproportionate impacts. So one of their recommendations could be just that. And if the Community Advisory Council agrees, then that would be the recommendation to council. I think that that's the pathway that I would like to do. I would like to look at where we stand. What is the state? And what are the recommendations? What does the Community Advisory Committee, council, recommend? And then have that come to council, and then we act in that way.
Thank you. Councilmember Bano?
Thank you. I also believe that the outcome of this agenda item is very much needed for the city, but I would like to follow up on what Councilmember Brown mentioned. And that is, do we need a study? For example, that $500,000, if you hire someone for 3 years to have an office to help the nonprofits, the NGOs, guide them, help the city with the policy, look at Dr. Kirby's study and see how it applies to the city of Richmond, a lot can be done. But without knowing right now exactly what we want the outcome of the report to be, I mean, I have no problem with that $1 million or more be given to improve things, definitely. But the portion about the consultant, that we don't even have an exact specification or outline of what we want this study to bring for us. And if it brings something, how are we going to act upon that? Are we going to hold that 1 million until the study comes? Who's going to do this study? Someone from outside the city? I don't know. And if the study exists right now, why don't we use that? So my problem with this is that the study portion is not clear. It has very good intentions, but not clear specifications. I strongly suggest we change that into hiring a full-time for 3 years, 2 or 3 years, whatever that 500,000 could accommodate. An officer within the city to address these issues, collect other studies, and provide suggestions, and also manage the fund that we're going to give out to nonprofit organizations with some supervisory body.
Can I clarify and answer her
Yes, you may.
concerns? So I'm just going to read from the item. I think that might help. So it says, it's past time that the city of Richmond explores how we can better serve disproportionately impacted segments of our community and directly address clear inequities and their impact, especially now as the city of Richmond emerges from decades of financial struggles where Black residents especially, but not exclusively, experience the brunt of lack of investment in critical infrastructure, services, youth development, education, parks, health, affordable housing, and employment. This item seeks to gather statistics and conduct research, if needed, in order to create a clear data-supported picture of the current and historical challenges that African American residents have faced and continue to face as they try to raise families, create a home, and live their lives in Richmond. It will ask questions such as, are there supporting institutions that other segments of our populations have established to support community wellness, cultural integrity, or support youth development, such as an African American Cultural Center, African American Health Center, African American Chamber of Commerce? Or if they existed at one time but no longer exist, how can they be reestablished to support current African American residents? It will also make recommendations to the City Council and the city staff on how they can make changes in service evaluation, design, and delivery to better serve this clearly vulnerable population. It will establish a fund to begin resourcing community-based programs and projects that seek to directly engage in reversing these disproportionate impacts. In order to further increase the capacity of local organizations to meet the needs of those within the Black community experiencing these disproportionate impacts, the fund will also work with philanthropy to resource and convene a capacity building, coaching, and interorganizational mentoring grantee cohort. And finally, it will establish a community advisory council composed of Richmond residents of African descent, key stakeholders, city staff, and council members to guide and advise and provide oversight and guidance for this project. I think the content of the report is pretty clear. It's collecting data, it's doing research if needed, and it's asking these questions and making recommendations.
May I? It says, what we're going to approve tonight says, direct city staff to work with the city council to allocate approximately $1.5 million for the development of a State of Black Richmond report. Who's going to say what that report is?
If I may, Mayor,
You didn't finish reading.
Mayor,
You only read part.
Yes, that's the,
Yes,
my objection was only to the report part. I have no objection to support the implementation of a Black resiliency project and whatever that comes. My suggestion is, instead of hiring a consultant to do a report, hire someone for 2-3 years to not only gather the report, but also do the follow-up, make sure it goes through.
Mayor, if I may, if it would be helpful for the council, I'm happy to offer some guidance on how we could work towards moving this item forward if the council wishes to do so. So Yana Williamson, who is an analyst in our office, would be working under the direction of Deputy City Manager White, and she would be working on putting together the initial research. She's the staff person who has been assigned to the Green Empowerment Zone, and she has also worked to refine an item that it was pulled from consent this evening regarding the Blue New Deal. She's a UC Berkeley, finished graduate school at UC Berkeley, and is very well equipped, I think, to staff this item with under the direction of Deputy City Manager White. And so that is how we would initially move forward. The report contains a series of steps that was outlined by the 3 members who brought this item forward. We condensed the recommended action because when you have a recommended action, it's usually that it should only be 2 or 3 sentences. It's not like verbatim the entire staff report. So the methodology of the approach is in the staff report, and the recommended action is always supposed to just be a high-level summary. And so we're hoping that between the work of staff and the existing bodies of research that already exist, that if there is a need for there to be an RFP to conduct additional research, we would like to keep those costs to a minimum, right? Still do a good job, but keep those costs to a minimum. And then the rest of the funding would be then for the fund itself. And so that was what I understood to be the request of the 3 council members that brought this item forward in terms of how we could potentially operationalize it. I hope that's helpful for the good of the order.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, like,
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. I am going to add, can I,
right.
can I answer?
As one of the sponsors, you may.
Okay, thank you so much
sorry,
for the
I'm not finished.
clarification.
So
And
can I say
I think like
something?
what Councilmember
Excuse me,
Robinson.
stop.
So can we have it
Your
pending
time,
upon that?
excuse me, your time is not up, and she is responding.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, like Councilmember Robinson had repeatedly said that the idea is that some of these funds will help to support staff time and the advisory council and the consultant if it's needed for some filling the gaps into the research data that it will be collected. So I think like that has been clear, at least to me, what these resources are going to be for.
So can we make it, can we have that result come back to the city council? Will it come?
Yes, that's like how all work, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just add again, just to repeat, that we were asked by the city manager to reduce the direction in the agenda report, to condense it. Because originally, I actually put the whole direction in the in that part of the staff agenda item, and she asked me to reduce it.
You should have kept it.
Well, she asked me to reduce it, so I did.
Respectfully, when staff puts items on the agenda, we try to be very concise, and it's helpful because the agenda is so long, right, that we keep them concise. That's what the agenda report is for all the background. So respectfully, we want to keep the recommended actions concise. So when the public looks at the item, they can quickly glean like, oh, okay, do they want to follow this?
But even the agenda report is not very exact. So I'm glad it is coming back to the city council, and I hope with the report that Councilmember Brown mentioned, there won't be a need for a consultant on this, and we get the most out of the money.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I'd like to make a motion to direct city staff to work with city council to allocate $1.5 million for the development of a State of Black Richmond report and support the implementation of a Black Resiliency Project and Fund from the fiscal year 2025-26 general fund budget to address inequities and disproportionate impacts experienced by residents of African descent.
I second.
Can I just clarify one point? Can we just, to Councilmember Brown's question around Prop 209, I just want to clarify that to any sort of Black Resiliency Fund would be in compliance with Prop 209? So just for clarification, that we would, on the record, say that
We can add that language to make sure that any implementation of the Black Resiliency Fund would be in
compliance with Prop 209. Correct.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes, you may.
I would like to offer if we could add that race equity officer position included in this 1.5 million.
Can I make a clarifying statement on that, if I may?
Yes.
So there was a project coordinator promotion that was provided in the council offices, and that role, so I'm trying to be thoughtful about communication. So that person has been out of the office, and so HR has been leading on that. So I think that for the work that needs to be done at this juncture, that is analyst level work and not the GARE work. I think it's different skill sets. I think the GARE work can happen in collaboration with the project coordinator in the council office and with HR, and then this work can happen with an analyst in terms of the staffing and the skill sets that are needed to move the work forward. And once we start having a draft of the report and it's clear what the implementation may look like, we would then make recommendations to the council if additional staff are needed and what positions those might be. Because all of these staff positions, they have different strengths, and we want to make sure that we're setting people up for success based on what their strengths are. So I just wanted to add that. And if I may, Mayor, one more thing. If we could also have the similar language that we will include in the budget, the options for how to fund this, that would be extraordinarily helpful considering, staff are finalizing the budget right now.
So just so we're clear, we've hired a race equity officer.
A person was promoted in the council office that was not formally a project coordinator, if I recall correctly. The administrator, so somebody had a different title, and then they got promoted under the auspices that there was going to be additional duties regarding GARE work.
Right. I mean, it's just unsettling because we are talking about race.
There was a question of whether it was a friendly amendment, and so just in the interest of time, I want to say it's not a friendly amendment, and maybe we can move it along.
What would you classify it? Just so
I mean,
I'm aware
I
for
don't accept
future
the
reference.
amendment. I made the motion. I think I get to make the determination.
Well,
You can take a vote.
that's why I was trying to get clarification. So I was trying to understand for protocol purposes.
Well, a friendly amendment was made, it was rejected, so it's time to vote.
I'm just learning that it was rejected because I was trying to get clarification on if we've hired.
You did nothing wrong.
If we've hired a race equity officer.
There is 4 minutes. We need to vote if we want to support
why
this
everyone
black.
has to yell and overtalk one another.
Let's stop talking over each other.
It's so unprofessional and unnecessary. I'm
That's
asking a
what I'm
clarifying
saying.
question.
And you're done, so.
I digress.
Yes.
Did I get a second?
I second this.
Okay.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes, and because we closed the debate before I can say anything, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. And I felt like this was a need, and then after some of the public comments, this was an obligation, and it was essential for us to be able to do this, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Martinez? The vote is unanimous.
All right, and now it's time for adjournment, and Councilmember Bonner will do the adjournment.
Thank you. I would like to adjourn in honor of the memory of a remarkable man, Sayyid Muhammad Saqayat. Mr. Saqayat was a principled and courageous man who devoted his life to the peaceful struggle for social equality. As a result of his beliefs, he has spent 8 years in prison as a political prisoner under the Shah and 5 more under the Islamic Republic, including 4 months in solitary confinement, solely for his commitment to building a better world through nonviolence. His life was defined by integrity, compassion, and an unwavering dedication to justice. I knew Mr. Saqayat personally as he spent 5 of those years in prison alongside my husband, another political prisoner. During that time, I became close with his wife, Zari, and their family. After our partners were arrested and sentenced to death in a summary trial, we wept together and stood in long lines together outside the prison, hoping for brief visits. When their sentences were later commuted, we rejoiced together, and we continued to make the long trips to Vakilabad prison together every Thursday, week after week. Mr. Saqayat was also a deeply ethical and loving human being. He demonstrated through his actions what it meant to live with true moral conviction and belief in human dignity. I will never forget the first time I met him at a women's gathering hosted by his wife. In a room of over 20 women, I watched him patiently serve each of us tea. That simple act left a lasting impression on me. It was the first time I saw a man to visibly and genuinely honor and respect women. Even after living in America for decades, I have rarely witnessed anything like it. He and his beloved wife, Zari, turned their home into a place of refuge and solidarity for families of political prisoners. He embodied dignity, love, and sacrifice not only in his words, but in how he lived every day of his life. Although life eventually moved on after prison, their family endured a heartbreaking loss with the passing of their beloved son, Farzan, and now, with Mr. Saqayat's passing, we grieve the loss of a man who represented a world of wisdom, love, and moral clarity. To Zari Khanum, their daughters Marjan and Mahsan, and all their family and friends, I offer my deepest condolences. May his legacy of peaceful resistance and boundless humanity continue to inspire us all. And for those who knew him, may the memory of his laughter and his favorite song, Hamun Morgh Zard Pa Kuta, bring a smile even through the tears.
And only 10 seconds over, we are adjourned.
Thank you.